one. The station was still alive at the end of stream, but I only had put in like an hour or so. And I kind of want to make 1 or 2 setting differences. I did also look at the difference between these two modes. Weirdly, this mode, which implies it's supposed to be the easier one because you start with something already on the asteroid, I actually felt was harder messing with off stream and less customizable. So I actually liked the mode we did yesterday more. Town to station. I don't know. Like I said, I'm going to probably start with the harsh as the baseline, which is what we did, but I am going to edit it. And the reason I'm editing it, for those who missed, is there is 1 or 2 settings I don't like. And the big one here is that one is I do want when you dismantle stuff, I get the resources back. Because it's really easy in the game, especially with like isometric, to put stuff like 1 tile closer to the wall than you mean to and block a path. That obviously in real life you could be just look and be like, well, I can't walk there. And then you lose resources. And you can move stuff, but not everything. That was the big setting I wanted to change. So they'd have a slightly reduced amount of energy from asteroids. I think I'm okay with that. The alien presence and bots and all that are all fine. Everything will be present here. Yeah, so I think that'll make me happy. I did notice when I was messing with this, I did notice when I was messing with things on the other one, when I had the, one of these... Sector 1? Ella's president... Oh, that's at the start. That's fine. But I did notice when I was starting a save off stream just to tinker with this mode a little bit more, I had put it on easier difficulty, and oh my god, those derelicts happen fast. That like you try and go as aggressive as possible in disassembling things, and you just cannot get all the goodies out of them. You can take the important stuff. Yep, so I think we're good there. So the only thing I changed ultimately was I made it so when I take apart stuff, I get my resources back. Everything else is on harsh. Okay. Now we've got the queue open where if you want to join the colony, we're going to have to re-roll some of this because I have below the minimum recommended for both industry and mining. And some of those are like, hey, this scenario is undoable without these. I do wish we had numbers here that showed both what I have and the potential. Because the potential does matter. Yeah, so industry, we don't have anyone with any real industry capability. Yeah, we also don't have much in the way of construction capability. Alright, so I think we get rid of the psychologist. Okay, so industry, some more mining, and construction. This is great. This person has lots of potential. They've got neurotic, which makes them work faster. Oh no, you work slower, and you learn faster. Interesting. So yeah, so with that, I have botany 3, I have industry 3, I have mining 3. We do have a person who can level up mining higher. We've got construction of 8 as our potential. Yeah, so with that makeup, we've got a lot of people with a lot of potential here. We'll definitely want to get that. I think that's much better. Which now the game isn't actively warning me, being like, hey, no, seriously, if you don't get higher mining, you're just going to die. Alright, so let's go ahead and get our names in. So we have the first person who is our engineer. You're probably going to be doing all of our construction and industry stuff. And so that's going to be RJ. We'll go ahead and do this. That's RJ Light. You know, I'm going to leave them with the last names, just what they are. Okay. And then we've got our navigator. Oh, and you have neurotic, which in this game makes you work a little bit slower, but you learn faster. Then we've got our navigator. realistically, you're probably going to be our doctor and researcher. Yeah, you're going to be our doctor and researcher most likely. And you're clumsy, so you can carry more than most people, but you have a higher tendency to drop things. Which I kind of like that balance. The idea is like, yeah, you're clumsy, and it's not that you're clumsy like you're just like a klutz or something else like that. You're clumsy in that, you know, maybe you should take 2 trips with those boxes. You're not going to, but maybe you should. We got the sheriff here. Most likely you're going to mine. That is the most appropriate. Your dad is an engineer? Yep. So, you're most likely going to be mining, and you'll be one of my better combat people later on. And you've got the thing where you're far less likely to surrender, and you won't get panicked. And apparently the game has Stockholm Syndrome. So, semi-related, Stockholm Syndrome nowadays we don't actually recognize as a thing, because the study that came up with it was only done once with one individual person, and there was lots and lots of problems with that study. So, like, where you hear Stockholm Syndrome, like, there is more evidence that it is not actually a thing than there is in support of it. And then all the stuff in support of it is all referencing a single individual for the most part. Okay, and Rowan here will most likely be our botanist. Like, you'll be able to sub in for some other jobs. But by and large, you're probably going to just do botany as, like, your main thing. You can actually carry more things, which is pretty good. And you're the same way. You're not going to surrender and all that stuff. And so our botanist is going to be Kanahawk. You'll be doing odd jobs and carrying stuff for a while until we're ready to get, like, actual botany going on, unfortunately. But it will be a very important role. Okay, so let's go ahead and start that. Alright. That looks way less awful than the one we had yesterday. Okay, so it's basically just telling me that I need to start making a station, and to do that, I need these cargo containers to get into range. We look at the option to deploy. So we get the base starter. We start that here. There we go. Then I'm going to grab the barracks. And this is already going to be nicer because what I could do here is put those right next to each other and I'll merge those into one building. That's fine. It's telling me how to do the thing I'm already doing. Then we got the solar panels. It's interesting that this one I have far less enemies on it. I mean, let's have you pull up here. Okay. So just like last time, we need to get our building set up really quick. And for those who missed, like I said, the other one didn't die. We only had about an hour into it, and I made a lot of mistakes, like, figuring it out. So rather than be on the back foot and figuring all that out, I figured we just do this. Get all these coming in to drop off. And make our immediate buildings. Okay, and so with these together, let's move you here. I will leave the 2 oxygen things there. I could actually get rid of one of those. And one thing I can do is to get rid of one of these airlocks as well. Oh yeah, and I noticed this problem. This will be something we have to fix. Because just for whatever reason, when you place these, it doesn't remember or realize that you can't walk through walls until you do a restart of the game. I noticed out the other one, I had people and they were walking out through the wall where my airlock had been with no spacesuit on, which is real bad. And so they would run, they would panic, go over to the shuttle and quickly grab the spacesuit as fast as possible. Alright. So I got the boxes. So then the next thing it wants me to do is make a shuttle hangar. Let's go to our airlock. Shuttle hangar. Okay, that'll be alright there. Connect the power. Okay. Now, one thing we're going to want to do, before we get too far into this, I already put this in a place I shouldn't. So that's the one for this side, so I'll move you over there for a moment. We want to put a door there, because if I put a door there, it'll make it so this doesn't penalize the comfort of this room. Oh wait, you're actually supposed to be over here. Alright. So working again, all that set up. The good news, they did figure out their pathing from there. We don't have a derelict here yet. Yeah, so we pull up the satellite thing. So you'll notice this is a very different map than we had in the other one. So the other one you had like your various solar systems to jump out to. So this one, what'll end up happening is we orbit around this ring and we have all this crap. So it'll be like a part where we're in a nebula, there's debris field, asteroids, and stuff like that. There's a derelict coming up that's apparently a claimable ship. We can snag the derelict. And then some of these side planets will be like, oh no, that planet has an infestation of bugs. Oh no, that planet has this. Whatever the deal is. Alright, so we've separated that, so we're no longer taking the penalty from that. And actually, now I think about it, that does cause penalty. That's that's an extra air room. Let's take apart that thing. Okay, we claimed the shuttle as our own. And already building the platform. Yeah, so what'll end up happening here is later I'll want to move these around to consolidate them, but with all the rocks in the way, we'll deal with that. Hey, Rongor, how's it going? Thank you so much for the 5-string streak. I do appreciate it. But letting them get all that done. And then what we could do here is we could extend this room out a little ways to make it so we can move the bathroom into its own area to take that penalty away. We could basically work on trying to get this thing there. That's a joke that's been on the platform forever, is like, you know, there'll be whatever the poll is, and people will be like, it's rigged! And just the whole meme around, it's like, of course it is. Or just like, you know, rigged, you know, the accusation and whatnot. Alright. So with that, we can now grab you and dock you over here. And I'm pretty sure the only weapons we have are pistols. So let's grab a pistol on everyone. I'll deal with that in a minute. So that way, as we get access to the pistols, we've got them ready. Whenever the first threat shows up. You want me to build a builder pod. Then you want me to expand the hall. So let's start with the expansion of the hall. So we go straight out this way. We'll extend this wall here for whatever I need in that space. And then, like I said, I'll tuck a bathroom back here. So, like, move this over there to make it a separate room. Eventually, we're going to want to separate out some other stuff. Meanwhile, let's go to your inventory. Select all. Unload. So that they slowly empty out that cargo pod into our storage in the base. Alright, and this is going to take a hot minute. And eventually want to get to where they have, like, luxury things. And I didn't get to messing with this yet, but once we get things going, you have this whole list of services you provide that you can go in here and be like, I'm now allowing medical services, and then ships will come by requesting medical services and that. So that's kind of the goal of this one, is to try and set up as many services and to grow your place and defend it. Okay. I'll tell him to go ahead and build the fighter. They've got the derelict ship has arrived. Probably want to get on that relatively early. I do think we need to get the backup generator going first, though. Okay. One thing I did learn is if you don't have enough windows on your building, they get mad about that too. Which is a little annoying, but also, you know, fair. I could imagine if you're, like, in the vastness of space and all that, and you can only see, like, steel walls around you, so you might as well be, like, in one of the vaults in Fallout or something. It'd probably get pretty depressing pretty quick. Now, when it comes to clearing these out, let's be far more strategic. They tell them to drill the stuff immediately around me first. Don't get involved in the other stuff until just those are cleared, and we can just slowly build out from there. Oh, also we need to get the schedule sorted. So let's go in here. Schedule. I've been finding I like using this method. Is that we go in here, because there's no idea between, like, day and night cycle or anything like that in a meaningful capacity. So I go boom, boom. 1, 1, skip 5, 1, 2. Sleep. And I think 3 like the 3 shifts is better. Because on the save with the ship I was using 4 shifts. But on the off-stream one I messed with just 3 shifts. And it's a little bit better because then they won't overlap quite as much. But it means people are working around the clock, which is nice. And it also has the added bonus of not running into a bunch of other problems. Gotcha. So I put the generator here. I don't quite have room. That's fine. All right. Okay, so putting that into its own little cubby back there will make it so it won't penalize this room anymore. We can, for now, move you here, and you there. Just rearranging some of these rooms a little bit. Yeah, and the shift in schedule prevent what just happened, which was everyone trying to use the toilet at the same time. That will start to even the schedule out a bit more. Okay. Alright, so this room is no longer getting the penalties of all this equipment on it. We do want to explore the derelict once we have people who are not tired. So you can take it apart for materials and stuff like that. Okay, and they're almost done emptying out the hauler. Which I did find literally just abandoning these things. Like, get the goods off and just huck it. You can move it over to a ship and be like, load this up, but I've actually found it ends up being more of a manual task than I want to deal with. So in practice, I find it's usually just best to just bin it immediately. Please. You took apart the toilet. If you're going to take apart the toilet, you need to rebuild it immediately. Like, the table and chair, if you want to drag that out a little bit, sure. But, like, the toilet you can't just leave unbuilt. That might be good enough for NASA, but that's not good enough for us. Alright, so just about to have the freighter emptied. And when they drop off this load, let's, Okay, do you have your weapons? No, no, no. Well, you two do, you two don't. So if I can get you to quickly go grab yourself a weapon. Okay. Oh, the boxes are in front here. Right. I ran into that last time. So this is what's physically inside the hauler. But then there's a big pile of crates in front of the hauler. And that's why our people don't have their guns. They're waiting for them to be taken out of their box. You're complaining about the lack of places to rest. And plunk you down for a second. I'll take care of that. We're still waiting for them to get their weapons. Okay, we get a decent amount of time with the derelicts. So just trying to set the basic. Yep, so you want me to get my generator online, which is absolutely fair. Let's go here to power. Get you built. Start making a barracks back here a little bit more. Actually, wait, if I turn you this way... That's fine. Won't make that big of a difference either way. Alright, so you want me to get CO2 scrubber. Yeah, we can't make it go any more this way. So let's see. Right now I could chuck you over here. We won't want it there long term, but I can go in that corner for the moment. Because the big part's going to be getting those mood penalties gotten rid of, the same way you do in, like, RimWorld, where you want to get your break room and all that set up early. It's less about getting the correct rooms set up in this game, and more about getting things that don't go together away from each other. Alright, so furniture. There's a light in the bathroom. There's a light there. There's a light for the break room. There's a light for that room. And you want your kitchen appliances and all that. Okay, we can go here, go wall. Yep, no, it's fine. Fractal sponsors the channel. They're absolutely fantastic. They've been sponsoring us for a good couple years now, so it's been really, really nice having them around. Does everyone have their weapons now? Yep. Alright, so change of plan. I want you to return. And all of you are reasonably well rested, so get on the shuttle. Let's clear that derelict while we got everyone in good shape. Start up here. But yeah, no, Fractal's excellent. They do computer cases, headsets, chairs, cooling solutions like air and water cooling and all that stuff. Whole lot of things. I've been using them for my computer cases for a very, very long time. And then, you know, recently they've been branching out more and more into other things. Does this used to be spaceship Now on ground. No, we're building a space station. We had another run going yesterday. We did keep escalating the threats that we were facing deliberately to kind of get a feel for what to expect. And then, you know, and our continued escalation, sooner or later we found something that took it too far. Alright, there's another mech down. Wait, if you just want to sit there and let me pepper you, I'm down. So there are different missions. Yeah, there's different starts. Ultimately, it is a sandbox like RimWorld is. But they both do have similar but not quite the same stories going on for them. Like, both of them have the idea of the Exodus fleet, but how you interact with the Exodus fleet is a little different. Alright, so this is mine now. And so we're going to strip it to the bone. And for right now, we're not taking any human meat to be processed into compost, because I don't have what I need to do that. Alright. So while they're getting their way back here, I'll go ahead and get that stretch. But either way, you are going to go ahead and, like, build and expand, and that's going to be kind of the main premise of the game and whatnot. But this one is a mode around the space station. So like I showed earlier, instead of having where you had, like, the one system you jump to, you had to be, like, 4 or 5 spots to check out in it. Instead, this one, you orbit around the star. And you provide services and people come to you, and as we go through, we'll see, like, over here, we might see, like, oh, there's a bunch of robots over there, and we can send an away mission to go deal with that. You know, stuff like that. So it's a lot. This is a far, far, far more RimWorld-esque mode than the mode we were doing the other day. Alright, so food. We'll get the algae thing going for now. But the idea is I'm going to try and make some little bunk rooms back here to get those to not have the penalties on them. Or I guess little barracks or whatever. And then this outer common space will add some basic entertainment stuff. Go ahead and chuck that down right there. You know, table to eat at. That kind of thing. Alright, so we got a second derelict ship has shown up. Let them keep shredding the first one. Yep, so you want a hull stabilizer. I don't have anywhere to fit you yet. You're battling sinusitis. Nah, you're all good. I do hope you feel better and all that. So it looks like I might actually not need anything there. And go here, which is basically what gives my station its health. You can't decide between weathered and metallic for your Corvette in No Man's Sky? You'd like your opinion? I always like weathered. Like, I can't think of the actual set pieces and their names in No Man's Sky, but I've always preferred, like, the worn, weathered looked in stuff in games. It makes it feel more authentic versus what everything is, like, metallic and clean and chrome and glossy and shiny and all that. It feels very fake. Because it's like it just drove off the line, has never done anything ever. Let alone you flying it around and beating the crap out of it and doing all the stuff you do in No Man's Sky. Okay. Alright, Tigrash, you have a good one. I hope you feel better. Hey, Infinity Simplex, how's it going? Okay, me and we're gonna move you. Put you in that corner. Alright, do you have a mission for me? You do not. Trade-wise, I will trade you my combat stimulants I probably won't ever use anyways. And for right now, we'll just leave it at that. Okay, now we can also go to our food here. I put the kitchen there. You be a pirate in No Man's Sky? Yeah, I enjoy doing a lot of the legal stuff in No Man's Sky. It's definitely a little paper thin. Like you do a handful of rounds of it and then you're like, okay, I'm ready for something else. But it's fun. Okay, so you're continuing to shred that. Then we'll want to check out the other one. Ah. Yeah, so we could go ahead and the cargo shuttle here has nothing on it. So let's abandon the cargo shuttle and let it go. But see, I have a question about the English language. General discussion point that is often brought up here, but you never actually read the explanation of. It has nothing to do with the game. Can I ask somewhere in Discord? Sure. Like, I mean, if you want to ask, like, in chat, that's fine too. But otherwise, asking in Discord, that's totally fine. That could be, like, in the general chit-chat, that would honestly be fine, like an English language question. We have another new derelict. And I want to at least get through the tech and the energy stuff before I look at another derelict. Like, obviously, I'd like to go to all of them, but right now I've only got 4 people, as they're kind of trading off their schedules quite a bit. Okay, so let's check on the comfort levels. So I choose comfort. For sleeping comfort, the bedrooms are relatively okay. They're positive. They're not very positive, but they're positive. Then we check on the lounge. The lounge is also not very good, but positive. So we did get all of this to be positive, which is much better than we did last time. And then work, we don't really care about. Okay, so now you can go system, all stabilizer. We'll plunk you down here. We'll need the water collector. That'll need to be extended a bit farther. Gotcha, gotcha. All good. Yeah, it should help with a lot with the moods. Obviously, if we can get them their own nice, like, luxury bedrooms or whatever, that would be a big win. But we'll take what we can get. Another thing we should also do while we're here, because our people will eventually complain about it otherwise. Put a pair of windows right there, because they're probably not going to move out that direction anyways. Okay, we need the water manufacturing thing. Okay, and how goes stripping that? Still a lot of tech scrap to be ripped apart. This definitely feels like a run where we're going to want to get the tech salvage bot very early, just so we can kind of cut loose. And also, check out Bassett. Been playing some Little Rocket Lab. Also does like Digimon and Pokemon and stuff like that. So if hey, that's your jam, you can find it over there. Yeah, so putting those two windows there doesn't cost me any resources. Living back in Ark? Gotcha. Well, I hope you're having fun in Ark. I know you've talked about playing Ark a lot in the past. Okay, so now we want resources, water purification. And put that over here. That'll also require the stronger power node. And chuck that right there. Yeah, 2-year break? Yeah. Well, especially those games that you could sink those kind of hours in, that's usually how that goes. Is you'll play the game for a while, and you just kind of need some time away from it to do something else. Alright, so then the plan here this time is I'm not going to make the recycler space its own entirely separate area. I'm gonna have it part of the main base, but I'm gonna put an airlock like right there. And pretty soon I'm definitely going to need let's see, life support, heater. Put you here, go there. Put a light over here. Alright, so getting through that tech scrap. And once we get through that, like I said, we'll probably switch to check out that other ship and see if we can't scrounge up things. And we can put the recycler and all that back in this corner. All right. I see. There you go. Now you won't have problems. Because the person ran themselves back in the corner and then, like, built in and was like, I'm stuck. Please help, I'm stuck. Okay, we can just duplicate that. Oh, I see. Alright, so you're gonna have to move. Why can you not build here? Oh, that's for station only. That's the airlock. What I'm actually looking for, where I could force them to go through. There we go. Spacesuit door. That's the one I want. Because then once they're through there, I can go in here and say resource. Put a recycler here. And go life support. Put you there. Then go furniture. And plunk down a light there. Like, everything's really cramped right now, but we will expand on that. Alright, and how are you doing? You're almost out of tech scrap. There'll be time to see where we can take things from there. It does look like this will need to be a little bit wider. Just realized you can be nertile back. Okay. So we're continuing to build that up. You're down to the last couple of systems before that's taken apart. So you want me to get a medical cabinet. Alright. So one thing I can do is a temporary thing. Then go to objects. Dude, stop sending derelicts. I don't have the capacity to take care of you. Then go to facility. I thought I had a medical bed, that's fine. Put this here. With the intention of making that like a mini hospital later. I have 4 derelicts here. As a reminder, we did choose the second hardest difficulty, which is supposed to have reduced amount of resources. Okay, so you've got all the supplies for this one. Oh yeah, this is a new run. We started picking on more and more dangerous fights yesterday, until eventually one got to the point we died. And to be fair, we actually did survive it, but with only like 2 people. What is that red... Oh, what is that... What is the red square in the non-buildable area? The red square in the non-buildable area. So you've got this, which just tells me I'm low on resources. That's an enemy. If you mean these squares here in the hill, that's where I've told it to mine the rock next to me. We just haven't had a mining... Like, we have to have the processing thing before let me mine. And then these two no-go signs are, like, they're individual tiles you cannot physically reach. Because, like, I've got a block behind here I'm not allowed to build in because of this gate thing. Okay, so everyone's in good shape. You. Return home. Canahawk? No. What I'm trying to do is get people set up for hopping in here to do the next derelict. Alright, so that's probably the next derelict that's going to go off the side of the map. Let's check that one first for goods. So I'm trying to do a spot if we find any survivors, or grab anything that's high value. Potentially better weapons, those kind of things. Get over here, fast as you can. Crouch. Small breach charge. Okay. I just got the last corner over here to deal with. Then people are going to need a break. Because I took some stun gun hits, they're getting a little sleepy. Okay, so with this we'll go transfer, select all, give it to me, salvage. Not a lot of great stuff on it, but still something. So work on that. Then we got 2 more derelicts after this. Yeah, so I want to make sure to peek in them all just in the off chance we get an extra survivor, because right now it's mostly a numbers game of just getting things set up and working. Yeah, so you're grabbing the infra blocks. Wait, when did you die? We did have our run went down yesterday. Towards the end of stream, we kept picking on bigger and bigger and bigger fights until we eventually died. If you do mean the station thing, because we only had about an hour into the station last night and I made a lot of mistakes on the setup, I went ahead and be like, yeah, I just want to start a fresh run today. So no one died from the station run. I just opted to start a new run where, for one, we have a slightly less cursed pattern so far as these rocks. I tried a couple of other rounds after stream just to see the difference in, like, the rock formation, and we got properly shafted on that first one where I just couldn't build because of... Like, for people who were on for that stream, I couldn't physically find hardly a place to fit everything, so they're all kind of scattered. First, I could put everything together here and there into one building. Yeah, no, you died off screen. It was tasteful. Tasteful indeed. Exactly. Everything's fine when it's in silhouette. Randy Random strikes again at the layout. Oh yeah, no, the one yesterday, like, I was genuinely struggling to find a couple of places where I could fit, like, just on the map, like the barracks and that, not near each other, just on it at all. So it was pretty awful. Versus this one was more in tune of what I've experienced with most of my tinkering after that, where you couldn't quite get everything where you wanted, so you see, like, my solar panels are shoved off by themselves. But, like, we were able to get the two main buildings next to each other and have room to grow here and keep most of this stuff together. But, like, you can see over here, I've got one kind of off on its own. This is a lot more indicative where it's like, okay, it's decent, but, like, lots of gaps and all that in there. Yeah, so you've almost got that one picked clean. And meanwhile, you're ripping this one's hull apart. Okay. That's not close enough. I see. That's fine. Let's see, it's interesting how much just having a building constraint early on, rock, changes the base. Contrast a ship where you have no reason to ever deviate from a solved layout. Yeah. Yup. Yes, this one's almost completely gnarly gutted. In fact, this one's got so little left, let's just take it off the queue and just write off the rest of it. I've got more than I can possibly get mined or take a salvage before it goes off the screen. So let's focus on getting the better materials off of you. Okay, so now we're going to start slowly mining our area to make it so I have more usable space. I do get ore from this, but the ore itself is not particularly that amazing. As long as they're working on something, I'm okay with it. We could put a lot of effort in trying to prioritize, like, I should be taking apart this or that or otherwise. In this particular case, like, take what we can get. And then that'll probably be the next one to go off to the edge of the map. We've got a ton of other ships getting ready to show up. We can start working on that. A big part of this one's going to be building up reputation, since we're going to be dependent on trade ships coming through. Especially early on. Okay, so got that construction done for now. We do want to get to where we can communicate and all that, so let's go ahead and we'll need to expand this area out here. All right. But yeah, no, I'm definitely thinking we want to prioritize our research on the salvage bot. If for no other reason than it can just run around and take things apart for us. Because I imagine this is one of those things that you don't want to get like 30, 40 people running around because you just won't be able to sustain them very well. Let's also check if I were to try and set up more solar. So you cost 5 of those. It's probably more than I should be spending on it. Let's add a bit more solar. Because I'm not going to be able to reliably get the Energium crystals. So it is a thing I do want to make as a point to get as much of a buffer on our energy as possible. Because every little bit extra I get there means I'm hitting this not quite as hard. And the less load we have on this, the better. New mission available. Retrieve items of interest, 1 energy block, and you're willing to pay me cash. I'll have 1 day to do it, and it'll be the Heretic. Oh no, the Heretic's where it's going to. From the Morning Star. I'll have 1 day to do it. Let's have you get home real fast. Why are you still carrying boxes? Alright, draft. Get on board. Stock up. So you can be a little under-rested, but that's fine. Okay. Everyone on the shuttle. To actually accept the mission, let's make sure I accept that mission. Missions, retrieve item, accept. Then grab that. Looks like they're sending a crew as well, which will work out perfectly for me. Or not. Or they're retreating immediately. I didn't see why they retreated, which is a little concerning. Let's go for the opening, not the actual door. No threats so far. So they clearly got into a fight, and they must have taken losses. It's interesting how much just having that rebuilding constraint... Oh, yeah. Sorry, I read that. Oh, there's another data log here. Okay, so it looks like you can't reach me there. That name is in red. Alright, so that person's name is in red. So what we can do is we can rescue the people who are here. While we're waiting for the rescue, let's have everyone go here, pop this open, and see what happens with this. Who's that? Enemy or mate? You're no backstabber. Good. My rotten crew of traitors must have ditched me in hypersleep. I won't stay here. Can I join you? Sure. You're gonna have some really good weapon skill and all that down the road. Okay, so with that, undraft everyone. And we got our brand new person here to be brought on to the team. And so our brand new person here is going to be Tigrash. Welcome aboard. So we're now grabbing all of their downed people. And transfer. You've already got the quest item queued up. So that's me finishing the quest. potentially returning their people. Love to see it. New mission available. So we've got that one. What is your new mission? Salvage derelict. You're just gonna have to wait a minute. I'm already in the middle of a thing. I need my people to be able to get off this ship before everything escalates. Honestly, I shouldn't accept it yet. How long do you give me? 3 days? Give me the cash. Because they very well might finish that for me. Okay, so what did you actually want me to get from that? Kill the monsters on that one. Okay. I'm assuming I have to actually arrive there for it to count it for me. Okay, so you want the tech and the energy scrap. Right now, uncheck all of you. There was no energy or tech scrap. Alright, calm down. I can't work that fast. You're queuing up way too much for me. I've got, like, 5 ships here, all which have great things on them, that would all like to put in my pocket. Alright. Need to expand that room. I picked up a bunch of injured people. We're doing our best to take care of them, so I can charge more money. New mission. Give medical assistance. Okay. Offer a medical bed. So I would love to do that, but I'm pretty sure I can't actually make a medical bed. Nah, you're on your own, unfortunately, friend. I would love to offer you a medical bed really, really badly, but I lack that capability. So let's go here, go walls. Systems. Here's the operations area. We got another mission available. Let me guess, you also need me to provide a medical bed? Where's missions on here? So you're already good. You have 2 people who need medical attention. Okay. Then meanwhile, we're going to want to go in here and do life support. Put a heater in there. When you get this done over there, we'll probably extend this a hair farther. And I'll put my lab stuff in here too. But at the moment, literally we just need a moment to actually get stuff built. And duplicate the bunk beds right there. Get a little bit more solar going. I wonder what happens in this case, where this, I believe, is physically blocking that from going farther. We gotta leave, and then it won't be a problem, but still. Alright. Let's untick that. There's other goodies we want. Yeah, it's the only one we didn't get a chance to check. We got a lot of people salvaging, but not enough actual industry happening. But we did already pick up one more person, which is good. Okay. Okay, so you're out of here. Yeah, we still want basically everything that's got. We want most of what that's got. That we pretty much picked clean. This one we haven't even looked at yet. Oh hey, definitely give me the gun from that. Well, that's interesting. It actually does say there's a bunch of tech stuff available there, but we already got the quest completion. Huh. Alright. Let's see if there's anything we want from them, because we actually got a bunch of money from them. I'm going to need the fuel. That's going to be kind of my biggest pain. And we don't have a lot of food available, which is a little concerning. But we'll deal with that. I'll give you the breacher charge. I'd rather have the cash. You have discount meals for me. So I'm certainly not going to say no to getting a lot of food very quickly. So it's a big queue up there. Then for you... That'll do. And then your stuff's all overpriced. Okay. So pretty much we're just trying to build all our stuff now. Which the big thing we're waiting on is the blocks, which we have the recycler, and we have ships out salvaging stuff to make it. So try and gut the good stuff out of the ships as fast as we can. Ow. I need to get this communication thing built, because if I get the communication thing built, I'm willing to bet they'll ask for their people back, and I'll get paid a whole bunch for the rescue. But if I don't, I think they're going to literally lie there until they starve to death. Oh, hey, you actually got up on your own now. Cool. They're rescued. Cool, cool, cool. As there's like, I don't know what's gonna happen. I don't want them all to stay here. So yeah, they did come pick up their fallen people. That's good. Because I really didn't want to spend a long time feeding them. We did purchase a bunch of food to give me more time, but not that much food. You know what, chat? If you're ever wondering, if you don't queue up stuff on a building, it doesn't make it. Just in case it was ever something you were wondering. Because there's like, why am I getting no blocks? Right, because I didn't tell them to. At least the whole time we've been getting the materials that the blocks are made out of, so we weren't just like straight up losing material. Alright. And it might be worth us running over to the recon shuttle real fast, just in the off chance it's got some really good stuff on it. That's gonna be waiting for Liam to get back on the shuttle, though. And grab the 4 of you, draft on the shuttle. Yes. You can say, like, hey, just make this many of whatever. And it does work. Actually, that's a big opening right there. Like, there's some resources that they only have one use, so there's kind of no reason to not queue it up to just keep going. But then there are some resources they use for, like, a couple different things. So you kind of really want to focus on using them for what they're actually needed for. Okay. Alright, that looks like mostly okay. There's at least one more. Yeah, there was at least one more that was over there, so we got that into the ship there. Was there one more? Am I just... That's what we want. Okay, so go here, transfer, select all, grab that salvage, take it all apart. You don't have any missions for me. We already traded with you. Yes. So we have searched everything here. At this point, just do your best to take whatever you can that's not bolted down, all that stuff. But yeah, so I can go to this machine, for example. Right here, I can go to the jobs, and where it's saying continuous, I can also say, okay, tech, if I have less than 3, keep making it. I can do it that way, or I can tell it to only make 5, but not worry about the rest, that kind of thing. I haven't seen another use for scrap other than making the blocks, so I don't feel a whole lot of worry around that. But, there are other things where I'd potentially want to put a little bit more caution into it. Yeah, so these two are about to be gone, so let's take you off the list. There's still tech in there. I assume if it gets too close to the edge of the map, they'll automatically leave, and it won't just be like suddenly you're just missing a person. Right, we have another derelict. Are we, like, on some place on this map where it's just, like, the whole area is derelict ships? Because right now, I am being inundated with derelict ships. I need way more salvage people. I'm gonna need way more storage is what I'm gonna need. Okay, so you have entered the system. Retrieve item of interest from the MFS bottle. That's the ship I'm retrieving it for. From the Spynet, which is this ship. Yeah, that's what's like. It's like, what happened here that we're just up to our eyeballs in ships? Let's give that a minute, and then we will take that mission, because those are paying me for something I'm going to be doing anyways, which is popping onto any ship we can and ripping them apart. I cannot answer your call. And these are journals we already read last time. I'm going to skip those for right now. I'll wait till we get the full set of one and we can go through the whole set in one holistic go. Yeah, so when it comes down to that, I got 2 hours to accept it. And then once I accept it, I have 1 day to actually do it. I'm just waiting for RJ Light and Canahawk to get back. RJ, get air, you're suffocating. Why are you just literally going... They're actively trying to kill themselves. Where are you going? I drafted you to go here. What? Okay, I don't know what to do because you're gonna die because you didn't bother to get air and then walked away. Get air if you can find air. Okay, luckily there's like an invisible source of air there for 1 go. Where is my shuttle? Okay, you two. Get the hell on that shuttle. Yeah, it's the first time we run to that one. There's definitely times you run to like weirdness where they make fairly unexplainable decisions. Yeah, so I gotta wait for everyone to recover a little bit. I'm probably gonna be too late for that quest, right? Yeah, the quest expired. It's fine. I'm already overwhelmed with the amount of stuff to salvage. A little extra money would have been nice, but hardly necessary. Is there anything trade-wise that I would really want to make happen? Probably not. And they're doing their best to get things made. We're now getting to the point where things are getting backed up. That, physically the logistics is getting... Oh, 1 second, I need to get your schedule fixed. So you're going to be on schedule 2.
Thank you Mahan Rai for subscribing for 25 months.
Thank you Mohan Rai for the tier 1 sub. That's 25 months. Been sub to channel. I really do appreciate that continued support. It means a heck of a lot. So thank you for that continued support. I do hope you've been enjoying the stream. Yeah, so right now we're running into a problem where things are just getting backed up. We're getting so much resources so fast. We can't get them processed. Yeah, logistics overwhelmed. Little bit. Oh, you need a gas scrubber. They'll probably also need a thing for water vapor in there too. Just need to keep churning away at all this. Alright, this is starting to make me nervous. Stop salvaging this. Get off. Yeah, I think we'll make it a policy that once it reaches the edge of the map where it's overlining the border, I don't care what's still left on there. You leave it alone. Because I'm assuming there'll be some level of rule, like, if you're still on there when it leaves the area, that person's just lost. Or something of that nature. Alright, looks like we're finally getting our operations console ready. Okay. Mean all the guys would say, it's like, man, I've been calling you for hours and you just now answered? Come on, man. I literally hit the button to call them back and they left that very second. What? I literally told you to stop it. Why are you going there? Here, just collecting the one loose thing. What mode do you prefer personally, ship or station? Station is looking a lot more interesting. Like, kind of the stuff as you go around, you don't have as much control of what's going to head your way and all that, and you will have threats. This one I haven't hit any major threats yet. When I was messing with a run on an easier difficulty setting, I had already run to threats by now. But, like, navigating the map, one thing I'd say is a big negative of the ship mode is once you go to a system and kind of clean it out, it's kind of it. It's cleaned out. That part of the map might as well not exist anymore for a lot of the, intents and purposes. Whereas this one, it's almost like it's generating more stuff as you go. So you don't have to worry about, like, depleting the universe of all its resources and then struggling with just trade and all that. Alright, what's like just snoozing there? It does look like a very unique way to play where your base is stationary, but random stuff comes to you and you have a limited time to explore and exploit it. Yeah. Well, and to be clear, we're actually moving because we are orbiting. So it's not working like the way it should. We're actually orbiting around this thing. Ship mode hasn't something like FTL. It's FTL-esque, but like, as far as I've been able to find, I haven't seen where it like regenerates stuff behind you. Now, granted, I haven't played a ton, but it definitely was finding it to the point where I just jump, look for a derelict ship or stuff to mine, pull it up, and then move on to the next system. And I hadn't really seen any cases where you'd go back and like stuff would reappear behind you or anything. So it's kind of one of those things that once you kind of exploited that system, that was kind of it. So I'm not sure how a lot of that goes long term. So we're grabbing what we can and just slowly working on all this stuff. Thanks. Last one. So in ship mode, there is no end game where you beat it, is sandbox only. There is a main story with the Exodus crew that you can finish, but it's not like a game like RimWorld where you launch the ship and you're like, congratulations, roll credits, you did the whole big thing. At least not that I'm aware of. It's just so much as there is a story you can play, or you can just straight up sandbox. It does seem like sandbox is like the main intended purpose so far as the game design, which is fine. But it's not like you discover the big Leviathan that must be taken down and you have to like rally a bunch of factions together or anything like that. There's no overarching story in that like grand EOS saying. There's just the Exodus fleet, which is, basically a bunch of humanity got into a fleet, went into deep sleep, and they're looking for a new home. But it's also a question you can wholly ignore, and that's fine too. You want me to retrieve lost items from the Spynet. I would like to do that. I'm trying to tell you to go home real fast. Someone please help them. Please don't let literally this whole place burn down. Okay, well, the fire's out, so that'll be good enough. Return home real fast. Oh, we need to actually accept that quest before it's gone. Sure, for the money. Luckily, they did barely get that scrubber done in time. Okay, meanwhile, draft. Park you there. You 3 on here. Okay, and then you on here. Then I'll check that new derelict and all that stuff. Yeah, no one, there's no long term in FTL. FTL, when you play it, you go and you kind of reach the next point, the game literally will force you forward. That if you try and meander at a system, you'll get overrun by the rebel fleet and killed. And so this is not a game where like they're trying to rush you on to the next thing. Like this has a little bit of a rush, but I could also choose just to ignore half of these and just go a slower pace. But I am trying to greedily grab everything bolted down as best as I can with my limited resources. I'm mostly hoping to like score more people and everything by hitting these kind of situations. Shoot back, please. Shoot back, please. So RJ here is right about to pass out. Well, that's not what you want. Get in the corner, and then you just passed out. Shoot faster. Trying to catch the last little bit here. This is a little dangerous because we're already softened up pretty badly. But I'm hoping that's most of what's on this ship already. Okay, so with that, they're all undrafted. And what did you actually want me to get? Retrieve item of interest. Which you already have queued. Which is a fertilizer and a medical kit. Alright. So bring that back. You're no longer queued for salvage. You still are. Okay, everyone's being brought home. So it looks like you got hit pretty bad. You got burned a little bit. Please don't leave them on the ground out there. Okay. Don't worry about that right now. Do the quest item first. Once the quest item's done, then you can start worrying about, like, running down salvage for profit. Okay. Oh, don't do that yet. Like I said, just grab the quest items. And why are you here? That's fine. You're grabbing the one thing and then leaving. Because don't have a long time on that quest. And once the quest's done, we can start messing around with other stuff. Okay. Meanwhile, we're doing our best to make the block so we can keep expanding on our base. Alright. Okay. Looks like Fanul is going to go ahead and grab the quest items, get that done. And I'll start queuing up a bunch of ships for being stripped again. Okay, you've got both the quest items and you're going to drop them off. Alright, so with that, salvage is back on the table for you. Salvage is back on the table for you. Salvage is back on the table for you. Thank you for the money. Grab everything of value that isn't bolted down on all of them. Okay, so meanwhile we can look at your trade options. Now we got ourselves a little extra cash. You've got a lot of energy stuff, which is good. I need that to live. We'll hold on to the scope. It's not worth that much money, and I'll probably want to use it later. Actually, I can go down here. Done. Okay. So we'll trade a bunch of that stuff. Get ourselves a little bit more fuel to keep our reactor online and a little bit extra food. Because until we get far enough that we can get like the hydroponic stuff up, we are entirely dependent on external resources for all of our food needs. Okay. Alright, the next thing it wants me to make is a point defense. And my intention is to build it right there. What is your problem? I must have had, like, damage or something. And once we have that point defense, that'll be the next objective done. It'll probably be time for us to make our research lab, which is going to go back here with this. Oh, I also just realized I didn't put a light in there, did I? And once we get that sorted, we'll probably be getting to the point of switching out our really crappy bedrooms to something at least a little bit nicer to try and keep everyone from melting down constantly. You got a new shipping system, no new missions. I don't really have money left to trade you. The big thing we want to do is eventually we can turn on system ship services. We have all these different things we can do for people. And I think you can do multiple of these. So we can sit there and make like a place for people to sleep and all that. Set up fuel production. Yeah, so we just got smacked by an asteroid, so we're going to have a bunch of our systems go out of whack. That's what we're trying to build this down here for, is giving us some protection to those. Space Pub, basically. What's the thing? You can make your space diner with hotel services and yada yada. There's a lot to go there. One good news about it, as we mine this area around here that's taking forever, once it's clear, it's clear. It doesn't, like, reform or anything like that. So I don't have to worry about that, and we'll gradually clear up the whole platform. Now on the platform, we do have these other areas to deal with. Okay, we're making the infra scrap right now. And that'll get that fixed. I need to get that fixed because we're slowly losing air. Alright, there's good news there. There's the air back online. Okay. There's still good stuff and all. We did manage to snag the more useful materials off those two. Little by little clearing the space around my base of ore. Eventually that's going to fill up and be a problem. All right. So once I get that point defense up, after that we can work on getting the medical beds up. Or not medical bed, research. And we're missing the infra blocks, which they're working on. Please don't start fires. Put a second one in there, try and help out with that. Fell asleep on the floor on their way to the bedroom. Didn't quite get there, just got a little too tired. Alright. Greetings, Governor. My name's Rufus. I'm leader of the main supply ship for the Haven Foundation Exodus fleet. A warm greetings from me, too. My name is Naomi. I am the head of security for the Exodus fleet supply ship. Our mission is to supply the whole Exodus fleet with valuable resources. We're here to start mining operations in the star system. Maybe you'll be willing to help us out? Pathfinders of the Exodus fleet need recreational services and time away from trailblazing. Maybe you could offer food and entertainment for them as they visit the sector. Other frequent needs of Pathfinder ships include fuel replenishment as well as repair and medical services. Specialize in one or two of those, one or two at first. There'll be time to expand. We'll also need your help securing special mining sectors within this star system. As you are just starting out, we will contact you later with more details and opportunities to work together. Your base coming along nicely. Keep up the good work. Alright, give me 2 seconds. I want to see if Tomb is home real fast, because then I'll run downstairs real quick, welcome her home, throw some food in the oven and all that, and it does look like she may have just gotten home. So what's going to happen here is, while we're on this ad break, I'm going to run downstairs, welcome my wife home real fast, come back up after a couple of minutes, and all that. This is my quote-unquote long break for the stream. It's about 5 minutes. Either way, if you haven't enjoyed tonight's content so far tonight and you'd like to check out more, don't forget to drop the follow that we can find your way back here in the future. And I'll be back here in just a couple of minutes, and thank you again for tuning in. Okay, and we are back, and I need to do the nonsense here where I gotta tell it, okay, you're full, well, actually, set resolution to that, full screen, okay, borderless, okay, and we're good to go. Alright. So yeah, so things are relatively going well. We've explored all the ships that are still on the map. We've already explored. Still got plenty of salvage to do. We're mining what we can, but otherwise people are just working on getting stuff done. We keep having problems with this and that getting damaged and then causing temperature problems. I actually queued it up to build a second one. Are you just not going to fix the existing temperature thing? Because that's the problem, is you got this temperature regulator here that's all busted up. And you're just leaving it busted up, causing the problems to escalate. There we go. And I'm going to add a second one here to get a little bit more redundancy. Yeah, and that one's also getting broken. So do you prefer the base mode or the ship mode so far? Yes, a lot, actually. Because, like, the big difference is, like, having to, like, navigate. And that, generally speaking, what I found with the ship mode is once I had cleared a system, the system served no purpose anymore for me. Like, I didn't see it respawn materials or anything like that. So it might as well just delete the systems behind me. But, yeah. Alright, so we got a rogue bot base nearby. So now if we check it, there is, over here, occasionally I'm going to get attacked by rogue bots until I get that taken out. So it is going to be an issue. And we got Sniper 35 stream streak. Thanks so much for that stream streak. I do appreciate it. Hope you've been enjoying the stream. Alright, how goes salvaging? Slowly. Toggle to automatically transport available scrap to this type to the target ship. That's fine. You haven't played in the few years. It's, is there basically an infinite galaxy you could just keep traveling your ship mode, or is it finite? I believe it's finite, but I won't swear to that because I haven't gone far enough to really definitively give that answer. But considering it seems to remember where you've been and it doesn't clear it out at any time frame that I saw, that seems to heavily imply it would just keep going and going and going for all time. There's probably not much left in there. You still have some infra scrap, which we do want. We are hurting for infra blocks. But yeah, versus like, the station mode does seem like your infant thing where I'm going to keep orbiting around here. But it seems to be generating new stuff as we go. Alright, so we're getting all that stuff. Are you winning? I mean, it feels like I'm doing pretty good so far. New sector visible on the star map. Oh, I see. So there's a rogue bot attack and the military have met up. And I could send out a crew to go help with that. But right now, I don't really need a bunch of that. But yeah, so you have away missions in this mode, where basically what I'd do is I'd take the shuttle and be like, okay, shuttle, go forth and help those people. Or do whatever the thing is, salvage a wreck, whatever. And that's in addition to just the stuff floating by. But right now, I'm just trying to get our infrastructure set up. Like, I've got more stuff that I know what to do with, I need time for it to be processed. Yeah, no, if you can keep going, that would surprise me, because like I said, you seem to be able to just keep going back. Just previous systems you went to, which implies like an infinite, which implies that you'd always go back, which means your save file would just get larger and larger until it'd be a memory problem. So, unless there's a thing that you can like reset your galaxy or jump from one, chunk to another or something to reset, I'm not sure how the normal game clears that out or rectifies it. Because it didn't seem like stuff was respawning at any point. And like I said, that could be just I didn't play long enough, which is very valid. But considering I got probably just over half the technologies researched and I hadn't seen any type of refresh or anything like that. From what I read, you can find New Earth as part of the story. You can go to a new galaxy. So basically a clean start with your existing ship and crew. Gotcha. So it's more like a new game plus in an infinite galaxy. So you'd go through, you kind of ransack your galaxy, and then you'd effectively new game plus it. That's fair. Because like I said, one of my complaints I would give about the ship mode was basically you go through a system, and that system's kind of dead to you. So you really don't want to have to go back. Alright, so you got an alien sector nearby. You got an alien sector down here. I just need to let my industry keep industrying. Let's see, they wrote in the notes that if you play the station mode, you can build a ship and turn it into ship mode. Yeah, that makes sense. Which I kind of like the idea with what we've got here, because, like, right now I wouldn't have at all what I need to build a ship. But if I can sit here and, like, keep building out and expanding and all that, eventually I could switch it over to making a ship. Okay, so you've got that mined out with the stuff we can get going. Okay, you're very quickly getting the last of this cleared out. Yeah, so it's really the recycler that's my bottleneck right now. People are working as fast as they can. And that's producing all the blocks for us. Now, I'm assuming this is going to keep coming our way until it hits us, and then we got to fight it. That the only reason we didn't have that here is because the military intercepted. There is apparently... So the question is, do I send the away mission right away? You're all in pretty okay shape. So... no, we should probably keep scrapping these. Alright, so got our point defense online finally. So now once we get research benches going. This time, let's not immediately queue up, because if something breaks, they can require me to use infra blocks and that to fix it. Let's give ourselves a chance to get enough infra blocks to build the next thing before doing the next thing. All right. Okay, we almost got this wreck fully depleted. That wreck we're gonna miss out on a lot on. Okay, we're getting that spare heater in back here that I forgot about. We'll definitely want better seating and all that for in here as well, but we'll worry about that later. Okay, we'll keep ripping all this up. Oh, hey, there's a data pad down here. And hidden stuff up here. Okay. And that's because we didn't actually clear the station. We had another ship here who wanted me to clear it, and while I was setting up to head over, they just cleared it themselves. I'm like, okay. We're gonna write this one off. You know, it's got a lot of good still stuff on it. It's reaching the edge of the map, and like I said, I don't know how it processes if you're still on it when you reach the edge, but there's a good chance it could be whoever's still there, just, you know, they're MIA, whatever. It looks like those are going to intercept each other. Are you still in normal difficulty or did you bump it up? I bumped it up. We're not max difficulty, but we are a full step higher than we were on our first go. I also find it amusing that when I go in here and I tell them to stop doing it, they always seem to go for one more round. So Canahawk's done with this one. Okay. That side's less important. Those areas I want to clear out so I can expand the building. But this one, you know, you got the pads over there, but I'm not super worried about that. Okay, they missed each other. It will be interesting if we can, send out an expedition to take care of stuff. So I can plunk you down there. And then with that, we'll have research online. Okay. Probably need another point defense gun up here. We'll worry about that when we get there, though. Alright, so research. So, we have basic botany. Let's go for the scanner. Well, actually, let's go for learning first. Oh no, the medical. We'll do medical first. Then we'll get learning. We can snag the robots. We'll grab autopsy stuff. Item fabricator. At that stage, we're going to want all of these. I'll grab the laser and the assembler and all these. Alright, Bassett, you have a good one. I won't worry about the capacity. We'll need the weapons and the shields. I don't imagine we actually need the navigation for much of anything. Then once we get that far, I'm just going to start queuing up everything. And then if I need to jump things forward on the list, we can jump things forward on the list as need be. But this way, at any point, if they have the capacity to do so, they'll get it all sorted out. Yeah, because this way it's just then all up on the queue, and we just go through and just one by one be like, okay, add that onto the queue. Okay, add the next thing onto the queue. Yeah, it should be all research is on the queue now. So as they find, time and capacity to do so, and get that all sorted. Okay, so we've got alien infestation attacking them here. I suspect what we want to do is make sure we go over here and help where we can. That's likely where we're going to get most of our extra recruits and such. Alright. I also want to clear out the couple of enemies that are sitting here on the tile with me. Because there's salvageable resources here, and it feels like a bad idea to leave enemies on my platform with me. Okay. I don't really know what you're doing where you just keep switching pads back and forth. Not super useful. Okay, you're just about to be done. Okay. So let's see. Let's do an experiment. Get all of you on board. I'm going to quick save this. So we got a whole crew. Launch an away mission. So let's head over there. It looks like you're sending all of your shuttles away. You will not be able to perform tasks involving the shuttle, such as transfers, explore, let's not. My bad. Everyone get back to what you're doing. We'll definitely want to get ourselves another shuttle pad. Go over here. And add that to the drill queue. We run out of things to do here, then we'll do it. I want to go with those, but we do have quite a while yet. Okay, we have more time. So let's go here to the research workbench. And plunk that down there. Okay, so it looks like my storage can actually be outdoors. So down the road, as my storage gets full, I can just dump a bunch outdoors. Alright. So once we start getting this clear, I'm going to start planning to make like one luxury room here, then another luxury room here, until we can shut down our barracks. And then once we can do that, we can start opening ourselves up as like a place for people to sleep. We're definitely going to need to get like the resort kind of thing going. Alright, so you are fully stripped. There's nothing left to you. You're working grabbing all the good stuff you can. And meanwhile, you're getting better and better at mining. Okay. And we are slowly getting more hull pieces to expand our ship and all that. Okay. That could even be how we do this. I could make it so, like, plan this out to be a luxury room, turn that into a hallway. This will be like the common area. Like I said, put a gap so you can put windows along the side so they get the bonus. Because a luxury room is 6 tiles. And it must have at least 1 seat, 1 decoration, and a hall window, which is a window that faces outside. It needs at least 1 bed and bedside table. So you can get that all figured out. Because that's technically a 6-tile room, it's just their bunk beds and not the other furnishings. Alright, let's get you out of here. I'm getting very nervous that you're just gonna vanish with that ship. I don't... Like, it does look like where it's there. Ship requesting assistance. Alright. So you return. I'm going to save the game again. Because we are going to do the away mission because there's nothing left for you. Alright, so you got 11 days to resolve that. 9 days. Alright, so we're going to do the rogue bot attack. You try and get over there to help them. Can I get you to build that? That's okay. Do it when you can. Yeah, so try that away mission, which is leaving 1 armed-to-armed person running the base. I don't really care what they work on, they can just keep plugging away at stuff. As long as they're doing something productive, that's good enough for me. Okay, so we're getting really close to arriving. Gotcha, interesting. So there's a bunch of stuff you can do up there. Away mission ready. All right. Let's see what we can find here. Now, this is one we've got to be careful. If things go bad, I can't send help. So they got to make or break it on their own. I'm a little concerned. Oh, wait. Gooch on over here. Right from there. Shoot it. My issue is their long range is better than mine. So I'm trying to force it to get closer to me. Get over here. So you fell asleep because you're too low energy now. Let's grab you. It does make me curious. I sent 4 people open, and the shuttle normally seats only 4. And there's apparently a person we can rescue here. I really don't know how any of that's supposed to work. I'm assuming I can't do that. Because like I said, Space Haven's going well. I'm assuming I had to leave room on the shuttle because I only have the one shuttle. It seats 4 and I got 4 people. We'll see what happens. And check out Soul Spire and our fantastic content creator on the platform. Play some more games than what we play. Thank you. We'll join your crew as refugees. Hoping to bring Alright, so get back on board. We could start taking apart everything. I don't think we do that. Send the selected crafts home. Make sure all your crew members are on board the selected shuttles. If you send all your shuttles home, any crew members left behind will die. So I guess I'm gonna just send it home now because, like, I can't bring the last person. Sorry, Khalil. Look, man. I didn't think about the fact that I needed a passenger seat for you to be in. Alright, so we learned something there. So when we did that, I don't think we gained anything from it. Other than, like, I guess a little XP or whatever. But yeah, so we'll definitely want more ships. All that. I can't trade with you even if I want to because my shuttle's not here. But wait till we get the whole stories before we read any of it. That's interesting. It shows derelicts along there. Yeah, derelict and debris fields. Yep, so you're just researching away, which I'm okay with. Getting our medical bed up and running. Is turning your ship into a station something that came with 1.0? Well, this is... I started as a station. I do believe you can build stations. But like, the station being a thing is just a thing. Yeah, I know they were working on it during the early access. But as far as, like, its own dedicated mode that's fleshed out, I believe is 1.0. I believe there was a mode where you could start as a station, but it was still very experimental during early access. But I hadn't played the early access version in a very long time, so I can't truly answer it. Alright, bear in the chat. I'm just gonna grab myself a replacement drink because I just finished that one. I'm not gonna bother pausing and doing the away screen. I'm just gonna grab it, I'll be right back. So I'll be back in just a moment. Craft returned from the way mission, and so you start on a station and then build your ship and take off. Well, yeah, there's different. You can turn the station into a ship, but not vice versa, as far as you know. Gotcha. Our shuttle got back. Got a couple injuries. Have you eaten yet? Not yet. During the next ad break, I'll take care of it. Alright, so waiting to make a second shuttle pad. So they've got 2 shuttles. Because that'll speed up my ability to do stuff like salvage these ships and all that. And then when it comes to like those away missions, I can send 2 shuttles so I can bring home survivors. Because for right now, I'm just kind of waiting for the next thing. So yeah, we got a ship arriving, and then we're going to be coming up on some debris fields and all that. All right. And once I get some more hull blocks, we'll start getting our luxury rooms going. Become a governor. Build and stabilize your station by building it farther and exploring the derelicts and mining asteroids as they enter your sector. Venture out on away missions by loading your shuttles with equipped crew and return resources and survivors. Expand your base and specialize in services and offer them to traveling ships in the star system. Work to increase your rating and become governor of the stars. You can activate services on the star map. We still alive? Yeah, this is a new run today. We did have the station was still alive at the end of yesterday's run, but since we'd only had an hour or so into it, I just like, let's start fresh, learn, take our found knowledge from the previous run and go with that. As far as the ship, what happened to it, as I kept attacking bigger and more dangerous things until eventually I found things that were bigger and more dangerous than I was. We did technically survive taking on the pirate ship that had 6 guns versus our 1 gun. The problem was, after we had finished the fight, we lost almost everyone trying to patch up the holes in our ship enough to make it survivable. We did have 2 people left, but at that point it's like, I could like start things over effectively from there. I was like, nah, I want to kind of mess with other stuff, so that's what we're doing. So now we're doing the station mode. Right now I don't have much to show because this derelict is about to go off the side of the edge of the map. But, you just have, like, ships and asteroids and stuff slowly work their way past you and that kind of stuff. Alright. Yeah, so get the second shuttle ready. Then, like I said, we'll start building, like, 1 luxury room here. Like, it'll actually be, like, here, because there'll be a gap there, so I can put a window. So, like, 1 luxury room here. Another luxury room here. Does the station start anywhere, or just in the asteroid field? It starts in the asteroid field, because otherwise you'd have, like, no sources to get materials from. So it'd effectively be a doomed run at the start. Would you stop repeatedly breaking that machine? Okay. Here we got new derelict is on scene. If RJ gets a chance to recover, would that not just drift away almost immediately? Okay. What's what makes me curious is this has been drifting off that way. But this one seems to be drifting onto our thing. Not entirely sure how that works. Can I ask you if you've never played another game before your thoughts on if you did? Yeah, no, that's fine. You never are like in a situation where you can only talk about whatever game we're playing in that moment. Okay. Going medieval? Yeah, no, there's a lot of people in the community who really enjoy it. For me personally, going medieval, it's fine. Like I don't have like an actively bad time with it or anything. But I would find myself anytime I played Going Medieval just kind of wishing it was a different game. Like if I'm in the mood for, you know, a game where I'm fighting, you know, dealing with enemies attacking me and all that as I progress my colony or whatever, I find myself just wanting RimWorld. If I'm trying to do like the colony development, I'm finding I just want to play something like Farthest Frontier or Banished. It feels like it's trying to do a little bit of both, but in doing so it kind of feels like it serves neither. But like I said, I do know there's a lot of people in the community who very much do enjoy Going Medieval. But for me personally, it's okay. Like, it's not a bad game. I just found personally it didn't really hold my attention. Like, it's got some cool stuff in it. Okay, so you've seen me. Let's go ahead and drag you down this way. Just doing that way, I can shoot out before it gets on top of me. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to stream. So weirdly enough, the ship is definitely slowly drifting into frame. So good news is we cleaned that out immediately. Cool. So got that going. Alright. With the antis how to start up a base after a completed tutorial, you really don't know what to do. Like when you're, well, I'll catch you after the ad in case you got caught by the ad. So Going Medieval is a mid-game that tries to piggyback off RimWorld. Has major works with Worker Priority, Settler AI, Pathfinding. Definitely has earned its mid-70s ratings. Basically ignored feedback too. Yeah, I can't say that too much. For like I said, for me it kind of suffers from the, no matter what I seem to do with it, I just kind of find myself wishing it was a different game. Oh, we don't want the corpse. Later on, I'll be able to use them for stuff, but I'm not there yet. But yeah, so I'm not sure if we got caught in the ads or not, Nino. I don't have really a good answer beyond, like, the game will guide you with your tutorial steps on being like, build this, build that, build that. So it's not, I don't really have a good way of doing it. If you're saying like a base like the station, then with the station you're going to probably want to have done like a proper, not a full playthrough, but a bunch of play before you jump on the station mode. If you're looking at playing like, well, how do I make ship? Even if you're not on the tutorial, it will be like, hey, you need one of these, hey, you need one of those. It's kind of just going with that. This is one of those games they expect you to kind of learn the systems and just run with it. It doesn't really do that much hand-holding outside of the initial tutorial, and even that's got things. Skip the tutorial? Well, no, that's the thing. They're even saying that they completed the tutorial, but they're not sure where to go with it. And that is honestly a very common problem in a lot of these kind of genres, is the tutorial does a lot of hand-holding, and then they hand it off to you and be like, okay, now it's your turn. You kind of stare at them and blink and go, but what? It can sometimes be hard to go from the step of where they're telling you step by step what to do versus doing it yourself. And usually that's a sign that the issue with the tutorial is the way they taught you didn't stick. And a lot of times when something goes, push this button, place this thing in this exact spot, push that button, place this thing in the exact spot, that kind of stuff happens a lot more with that. This game doesn't quite do that as much. But, still. Man, for me going medieval is just like, I wouldn't even, like I said, I wouldn't even say it's a bad game. Like, it doesn't wow me or anything like that. It's fine. You generally skip the tutorial. A new sector is visible on the star map. A new home sector. All done with your current sector? Maybe it's time to start with a fresh new station. Well, that's kind of interesting. How to migrate. Build one or more base starter containers. You can also build other types of containers to take with you. Draft your crew members and have them board shuttles. Select all shuttles and containers you want to take with you to the home sector. Then hit migrate from the lower left. Interesting. So then the assumption would be, as I orbit, I would eventually kind of start depleting those things. Which is a curiosity. I generally don't skip tutorials. They can be a little hand-holdy at times, but there's a lot of games that just have incredibly unintuitive ways of working with things. And I'd like to do a lot of games with a very high amount of depth and complexity. And just the unfortunate reality is designing games that are intuitive is something that is like a very rare thing. And there's just so many basic pieces of functionality in games that if you don't have it explicitly told to you, there just isn't a path to find those. No, don't skip the tutorial. That was people memeing. Huh. You did it and you're just lost right now. Yeah, no, I was mentioning, I'm not sure if you got caught in the ad break, that generally speaking, it is one of those difficulties that a lot of games have, that you go through the tutorial and it's like, okay, now the gloves are off, have fun. And a lot of games, if they don't have a direction the game pulls you, there's definitely a lot of head scratching. So when you play this game, like, and it sits there and goes, okay, build the thing to make your water, build the thing to do that. You've got that stage. Once that's done, you are now playing an open-ended game. So what you want to do is what you want to do. Like, you just go off, and if you want to pirate, you can pirate. If you want to just go from system to system. Generally, the early game is like, you go into a system, you look for a derelict ship, you strip it for everything it's worth, add on to your ship and just expand, go start mining random things, and just kind of hop from thing to thing. You will get some overarching missions that come up that'll give you some direction to the game, but they don't just instantly happen. Sometimes you gotta wait for them to show up as a thing. So it is one of those things that it's not always super clear what direction. A lot of your colony builder, city builder type games tend to be open-ended, where you just do. Like, there's not really a direction, you make it for yourself. Like, weirdly, for as open-ended as RimWorld is, RimWorld actually does have a this is the direction of the game, in that it does eventually go, hey, your job is to try and get off this butthole of a planet. The tutorial's okay for this game. What they don't do is tell you how to play, other than, here's what you need to not die. Yeah. Well, it's kind of like the problem like Farm Sim has, where they go like, here's how you use this thing, here's how you use this thing, here's how you use this thing, go away. But it doesn't give you like that larger, okay, but here's how you actually like go through the game loop. Like, here's when you do those things. They just kind of give you the basic tools, and then they kick you out. And I'm all for games having discovery within them. There's a lot of fun to have it. But there's also a lot of times we give quite a bit of excuse where it shouldn't really be something that has like the discovery end to it. Like, basic game mechanics aren't usually a discovery thing unless that's just the nature of game you're making. But yeah, so no, very genuinely what I would say is if you finish the tutorial, what you're supposed to do from there on is just go from system to system, exploit it for its resources. When you see missions, consider taking missions that sound good to you, and just keep going forward. It doesn't have a heavily defined follow this path or whatever. There are story missions that will guide you through things, but they're more just things kind of going on that you do as able. Alright, let's grab all of you again. Draft you, hop you on here. Let's go for that derelict. And I've got you set to strip that thing. And the reason I'm going after these derelicts is, one, this is where a lot of my supplies are going to come from. But also, two, if we're lucky, we find an extra person in here. And every time I find an extra person, that's going to make it so we can get a bit more done in the same amount of time. But I am starting to worry that that power is going down. We're not getting many opportunities to replenish it. Okay. It seems like the thing that decides whether they keep chasing or not is based on, are you standing on tile? Not that it can figure out a path to get to you, but if you're standing on a tile, it tries to find a path to you, kind of thing. Okay. So that's kind of an annoying position for him. Trying to not take any unnecessary injuries because I don't have much medical stuff going on. Okay, well, we got that cleared out. So let's go to transfer, select all, bring it over, and get that all queued up. That gives me 2 more, things to go right there. But yeah. But now there's a lot of that. But it's always tricky. Like games with like good discoverability versus bad discoverability. So like I would say RimWorld overall does good discoverability. Like they give you, it's all through the messaging in the top right corner and all that when you first play. But they do tell you, it's like, oh, okay, here's how you get food. Okay, here's how you do that. And it's got gaps there. But like then when you run to different enemies and you don't know what to do with them, that's good discoverability. That's where you do that. Like I would also say like Dark Souls has a lot of really good discoverability. You see an enemy, you have no idea what to deal with that. Broadly speaking, the mechanics are very straightforward to learn. You get hit with a thing and a bar fills up. When the bar maxes out, something happens. It's pretty easy to put the pieces together on that one. The map is huge and like big to explore and all that, which is a big thing about good discoverability. It's got good environment storytelling, but like there is a lot of mystery there. But then you've got like bad discoverability where the game's like, okay, here's our game, just figure it out, but it's got all these like convoluted involved game engine stuff and all that you're just like, okay, but I don't know how to do this basic interaction, like how do I build the campfire? And then you have to like go through and navigate through like 8 or 9 menus to try and figure out how the heck to put the campfire on the ground in front of you. Like that's bad discoverability. Because that's not you using like some type of like intuiting, figuring out, that kind of thing. That's just realizing what chain of clicks and whatever you have to do. And to be fair, a lot of the games like this usually have a mix of both. But it's always tricky to figure out where things should be in that regards. Alright. So we've got them all running around doing their thing. How did I miss that there was a person on here? Hey, Liam, we're gonna go get another colonist that I somehow completely overlooked. But that'll be another person to bring into the fold. I can handle 8. 8 people is when we've maxed out what I've got room for until I start getting stuff going. You probably don't want to go all the way to 8. Why? Okay. That's weird, but okay. Yeah, so I docked and undocked it. We'll see if that de-scuffs it. Because then we will rescue Comet. All right. System reactivation complete. Location unknown. Derelict vessel. My chronometer indicates an extended hyperspace duration. I don't want to stay here. Can I join you? Sure, we will bring the robot person along there, who is a needy lawyer. Excellent. Thank you. I'll do my best. Alright, so let's get Comet here named. Alright. And our needy lawyer is going to be DG. Alright, so, as I mentioned before, we can start there, and then I'll wall that in. We're going to start making our luxury rooms and getting our people out of the bunk rooms. As we start doing that, we can make extra rooms, and then those extra rooms we can start using for people to be able to stay here. New derelict. Yeah, so that'll be another thing I need to do, is get in our platform probably with another builder. Just to make it so we can shred stuff faster. We'll get there. And that one does have a hauling container. Alright. And what were your skills again? So, you got no industry skill, only okay mining and construction, really high potential for botany and research. Really high potential for shielding, for shield research as well. We're definitely going to need to get item stuff going. One thing we do have as a problem is we are getting a lot of corpses piling up out here. I'm assuming this won't stay on the map very long. So it would be worth exploring and seeing what we can find there. Okay. Okay, that would do it there. Hey, so you can scavenge a whole ship for resources? Yes. You don't get the resources like one-to-one what you would get if you built it. It's like when I take it, instead of getting like hull pieces, I get hull scrap, and a certain number of hull scrap becomes a hull piece. So there's a little bit of a kind of built-in inefficiency, but it is a thing that it will gradually just build up and let you get more and more stuff. The weird thing is the idea of migration also. So you can scrap the whole ship, that's good. Yeah. All that's left when you're done scrapping is just like kind of the floorboards. You can see we're peeling off the walls right now, or picking up all that. The flooring doesn't go anywhere. I've got 2 new derelict ships that I don't have time for. Just need Liam to take a minute to recover real fast. And then we can move up to this derelict and at least take a quick peek to see if there's anyone on board to be rescued. That'll do. So you all jump in that ship. Leave the other ship to keep doing its thing. Alright, so this ship's not going to be on the map very long, so we're probably not going to be able to properly salvage it. But again, if I can pop over here real fast and score an extra person or something, that'd be well worth it. So what kind of threat I'm dealing with here? Bots. Please, for love of everything, hit it. Okay, move up real fast while it's crouched. Okay. So you're just knocked out. It's a lot of ship left still. Not mess with the shuttle stuff quite yet. I just took a bad meteor hit. Okay, we did find an extra person. Who's that? Raider or rescuer? You don't look like the raider. Thanks, stars. My crew must have left me in hypersleep. I don't want to stay here. Sure, you can come with us. Alright, let's get the brand new person and immediately name them before we have any further consideration. You are a firefighter who is a hero. And that's going to be Infinity Simplex. Now, you don't have a gun, but you're going to go ahead and go with the group who is dealing with fighting stuff off. Because a lot of us are pretty weakened up, so if I can have you distract a shot or two, you know, it'll help all of you potentially survive. Okay, before you go too far, draft you, go down here, and Infinity, operate those controls. Yep, you got it. Exclamation mark join. Cool, so with that, we'll go ahead and undraft you, do your thing. You start docking over here. We have the CS Rum Runner has arrived. Is there anything we want to trade with you? I will give you my hyperspace fuel because I don't use hyperspace stuff. At least not now. I will... you're overcharging. That's fine. Transfer. Select all except the human meat. Bring that back. Salvage. That's their ship to be torn apart. Be advised, you're about to enter the derelict. You know what? I'm okay with that. Where are you? Oh, you're being carried to the, carried to safety. Yeah, so I'm honestly okay if they want to take first crack at this thing and get themselves all messed up. I will not complain about that. Oh, whatever they're hitting with is knocking those things out. That's kind of cool. Yes, surrender to the bug. That's gonna work great for you. Surrender to the bug. I'm sure it'll be very receptive of your surrender. And you're having a mood break, that's fine. Somehow the surrender actually seemed to work. I think it was more just having pathing problems. Nope, there's no one on that shuttle. It did not work. Oh, wait, did you get back up? I think they very momentarily got back up. They're waiting for RJ Light to no longer be having their mood break. It keeps coming back as someone keeps coming to and then getting knocked right back down again. Okay, as soon as they're rested, we can go do a rescue. And maybe we'll get paid. Yeah, you're the ones who'd be boarding. Let's draft you. Except both of my shuttles are currently not here. Oh, good. You're sending one more person over. Karen didn't stand a chance. At least Karen tried to save the day. I'll give her credit for that. May not have thought it through very carefully, but at least tried. Okay, so I believe these four, as soon as one of these shuttles get back, we'll rescue them all. Meanwhile, facility, medical bed. They're all very tired, which is not great. At least it's bugs, not mechs. Because the mechs do make everyone collapse pretty easily. So we're gonna run over here and use the power of not running directly into the bug's face to win this fight. Okay. Where are you going? Get back here. It keeps grabbing that highlight on the ship. Alright, we'll worry about the pirates later. Aaron, you don't need to be a hero. Aaron, you're kind of messing everything up a little bit right now. Run, you fool! Alright, drop you off inside. Okay, and with this, undraft you. So we're probably going to have our people pass out here while we're waiting for that to come back. So the question is, did Karen find safety or did Karen find death? Oh, that's not what you want to see. Shoot faster, shoot faster, shoot faster. Okay, that's not my favorite. A shotgun auto loader. And you're about to collapse as well due to exhaustion. Where are my shuttles? No, but really, where are both of my shuttles? So you're down here. Okay, so RJ is on this one, but currently unconscious. Oh, I think you're just straight up sleeping normal. I really need you to give me space. You're all bogarting the place I need to dock and not being at all useful in any way. Go over here. They're blocking the door. Mostly because people got thrashed pretty hard on this ship. And so people collapse and aren't, you know, sleeping on the floors and these kind of things. Alright, can I manage to save Karen here? Okay, so undraft all of this. And this is my ship now to do what I want, so select all, it's mine. Salvage, it's mine. I said undraft. Get out of here. Gonna end up losing people because of just dealing with everyone getting blocked up, because there's like 4 ships all here trying to dock in the one derelict. And no one can get anywhere because of it. The good news is, now that everything's defeated here, there shouldn't be much for them. The bad news is, they're still blocking my freaking docks and all that. Go away, you're gonna make me suffocate because you're busy bogarting all the places I can dock my ships. New mission available. Give medical assistance, retrieve item of interest. Look, we'll talk about other stuff later. Can I get you to deliver the stuff for that immediately? Yeah, everyone here is like, can you offer medical assistance? Look, man, I am trying to get a medical bed up here so fast right now. Because if I get a medical bed up, we can start cycling people through that medical bed. And get paid for each and every one. Right now, though, everyone needs a chance to recover. Yeah, because you got a mission. To salvage the Argonaut. Retrieve items from the Argonaut. Retrieve items from the Argonaut. Okay, I mean, that's 3 missions to the same ship. Yes. I see. I could only choose to do it for 1. I was curious they're going to let me, like, double and triple dip and all that kind of stuff. New mission for you. Provide medical assistance. And this will be good. because I've already agreed to recover things, and they're like, we're gonna go board the ship. So we get to get a view of what's actually going on there before we put ourselves in any kind of danger at all. They're all badly injured. Nicely done, team. Also, another reason they're probably upset is this right now is connecting those two from this room over. They're getting a really bad penalty. We are actively fixing it, but it's just the expansion. Alright. So, as soon as one of our shuttles get back, we'll send out the team to try and deal with some of this nonsense. Okay, how long do I have on the mission? $18 hours. There's a good chance I'm failing that mission because my people are still very tired and worn. Alright. New plan. Stop messing with this ship. He's getting ready to leave the grid, and I'm a little worried about you getting trapped on there and like just vanishing from existence or something. It's not like we don't have enough derelicts to rip apart around here. Okay, meanwhile, you've got missions for me? So that's expired. That's expired. Accepted that one, and that's fine. Alright. You should be leaving. I told you to stop grabbing things. Okay, we've got another team going to check on the derelict. Why are you not leaving? Okay, so you're on the other thing. Return. Don't you leave. Okay, you need to use the toilet apparently. Get it done. It's literally all my people who have the guns all have to use the toilet at the same time. Okay, so you, and you. Draft. Get on the ship. So they went in the normal port and they got throttled. Behind the desk? Oh, that's gonna be real bad. Okay. Undraft all. We'll expedite that. And honestly, you take care of your own people. We'll do what we can. I'm doing what I can right now. And it's not as much as we should be. Yeah, so visitors can also use that. So hopefully they deal with that. The next thing to check is we have that mission for you. You've got 8 hours to grab the fertilizer, which you should beeline over there and grab it immediately. What are you doing right now? Did you just need time away from everyone else? You're like, look, man, I have had a rough day. That should be all you're grabbing. You're literally set to grab just the one thing and nothing else. Because you need to get that back in time before the quest time's out. Cool. Alright, so we should rescue these people. Infinity Simplex, you're in great shape right now. Go ahead and board this shuttle. And dock up there. Start loading them up on the shuttle. Rescuing them one by one. Please help! Help them. Okay, so we're making them into a refugee. Alright, so we got a ton of people to help here. Help Brandon. Undraft you so you can just start rescuing as best you can. Alright. Well, I said help and they immediately collapsed. I've got 2 more derelicts showed up. Why do you have a big red bar over your name? Okay. I'm a little concerned about this one. It's got a big red bar over its name. And we can see inside a lot of it. Oh, you know what that was? This was one of the ships that showed up, and I think all of its crew died because of boarding these ships and getting killed. You're as adept at this game, you completely fail after your first, like, 4 or 6 in-game days. Refugee complaints. There's nowhere for you to eat. Okay. So let's go in here. We need to go here, edit. So the crew can go anywhere. Meanwhile, refugees can go anywhere inside the actual base. And honestly, for that matter, you can go outside too. Trade. New trade. Oh, you're already leaving. That is potentially a big problem. Because we got a lot of mouths to feed because we brought on a small army of refugees. Governor, we have some Pathfinders in need of services. Would you be able to help them? As a reward, we can give you some prestige points for each ship you help. I can't help you. I would like to help you, but I got like 5 or 6 refugees on board right now that I don't even have beds for everybody. We did get the learning computer, the learning station, or whatever it is. Let's see. Getting that built there so people can train if they're not busy. We definitely want to check the Basilisk, because like I said, that was an actual ship that they brought over. I think that might even be the android's collective ship. So this was a fully functional ship, and just all the crew went missing because they all boarded this thing and got murdered by the bots. And I'm willing to bet a bunch of these are the people from that ship. But now it considers the ship derelict. Okay, hop on here. Guess it'll just be as fast as we can walk around here. I'm not expecting any trouble. System reactivation complete. Location unknown. Derelict vessel. My chronometer indicates an extended like 5 minutes. Sure. So you're basically only going to be mostly as a researcher. So we're going to be in really sorry shape because I've taken way too many crew way too fast. On the bright side with this one is they do have food and stuff for us and a bunch of other supplies. And that is you. You're our newest member to the crew. So you're a neurotic computer programmer. That just checks out. There's not really more to say about that. And that's gonna be Luxray. So furniture, bed. Put a bed there. We need the bedside table. There. A small chair here. Got a wall. Put a wall there. And a door here. And honestly, for right now, don't build that wall segment. So get the first of our luxury rooms built. Alright. So we really need another ship to show up here. Because food is going fast, air is going fast. That's not what you want to see. Let's go here to life support, oxygen generator. Because we just massively increased the number of people, our power's not going to hold up very long. To be fair, we went from 4 people or 5 people in here, but I think we jumped up to, I think we're at 11 now? No, 13. But a bunch of them are all refugees, and I really hope we get stuff here soon. So we do have military, civilians, and all that on their way. They're about to not go smoothly. We rescued a ton of refugees and we don't have what we need to support them. There's some food in there too. A bunch of people died. What's the most challenging part about the game? Mostly it's just balancing, like keeping your food and all that sorted. The game isn't what I would call a particularly difficult or sweaty game in that regard. Like figuring out how to get yourself set up and all that seems to be like the primary difficulty of the game. Resource drop-off points are full. But that's not full, so it's just logistics is holding up. Okay. Did you start a new save? Yeah, so yesterday with the ship we kept deliberately escalating and taking on harder and harder challenges. And then I dropped in on a pirate group who had us way, way, way outgunned. We did defeat them, but like the ship was pretty badly Swiss cheese by the time that happened. And technically I did recover in the sense that we could have kept going, but we were down to just 2 people by the time I stabilized things. And so I was kind of feeling the itch to want to try the station mode as opposed to the ship mode. I'm liking the station mode way more. The ship mode, like jumping system to system and kind of just, you know, picking every system clean behind you and never having really a good reason to go back, did kind of leave me with, like, you know, wanting there to be more going on with that. Yeah, so we do have ships coming. None of them are the android groups, though. Oh, did we finish emptying this out? Yeah, so we can go ahead and abandon you. Yeah, so the station mode, you are in an orbit around a star. You are able to, like, leave your station and make a new, go to a new star. You can also build a ship and go, like, you know, switch it back to ship mode kind of thing. You can't go from ship mode to station mode, is my understanding, but you can go from station mode to ship mode, is my understanding. It is good that we have enough people to throw at problems now that we genuinely dock up. Everyone hops off and starts ripping apart ships really quickly. Imagine having a full android crew and just stop producing oxygen. I have no idea if the androids work that way in this game or not. Yep, so we're just ripping apart this station. This ship, like, so we have a bunch of refugees here. I've got 6 of them now, or 5 of them, but they all went to board this thing and got throttled. And so we rescued them all, and then their ship became, you know, derelict. And so we're ripping apart their ship for supplies. Mental breakdown. All right. There's too much, I can't do anymore. I'm going to destroy everything, and I'm taking this whole place with me. Saboteur. Extreme mental break. And so it's just set fire to one of the rooms over there. Well, at least you're doing it to a derelict ship that I don't really care about. No. You could just stay over there. You don't need to bring your setting things on fire back with me. Okay, they're over it. Yeah, so I mean, that worked out pretty okay, because they set an area that had no atmosphere. They started fires, which means the fire will just go out again really quick, because, you know, no atmosphere and all that. We're doing our best. Running our machinery pretty close to 24/7, just trying to get more beds and all that made. Start accommodating people. Start getting ourselves some quote-unquote luxury rooms. Oh no, I messed that up. Okay. It's not a crisis yet. And the reason I say I messed it up, there has to be a gap. Because there has to be a hall window. Otherwise it doesn't count as a luxury room. Let's cancel that. Take that apart. Cancel that. Oh, that's a high construction priority. What do you know? Scooch you one over. Then we need to remove the hull from there. And we're really just not seeing any Android faction showing up, because I believe every one of these is the Android faction. Alright, so learning. Alright, so create a rule for mining, construction, industry, botany, medical, research, weapons, navigation, gunnery, shielding, operations, piloting. Basically, just put it to use. And let's see if that counted against that room. Oh, that we don't care about. The learning computer counts against this room. It's so stupid. How dare you have a computer to learn thing to learn it? So we're gonna move you. Back here for now. Because otherwise everyone's gonna lose their mind, because they'll be taking, instead of getting a bonus, they'll be getting a negative on this room. Okay. Everyone is just overwhelming that bathroom. Incoming ship next turn. I know the refugees are complaining. I am working as fast as I can. Okay, this one, you're off limits. You're too dangerous for me to go in there now. You're off the edge of the map. There's still so many of these with so many things to still grab. Yeah, now luckily you set a fire in a room that doesn't have air, so the fire just went right back out again. That's the reason I keep all the industry stuff locked away in a room that doesn't have atmosphere. Makes it into a non-issue. Okay, so what do we got here? Take the stun gun. Take the fuel. I want the shotgun autoloader. Take the combat stimulant. That's all fine for now. You don't have fuel for my generator, which is terrible. We do actually have some blocks and all that, so we don't need to rush on that one. So I'll do this one. Take some of the fuel there. Give me some energy here. Take just a little bit of meat. Okay, so we got civilians showing up. Military alliance. Let's see. Offer. Negotiate. Offer. Negotiate. I was kind of hoping one would be like, yeah, we'll take those androids off your hands. Because we are struggling. And part of the struggle is there's so much we're trying to collect. We're pushing our luck pretty hard here, trying to grab what we can off of here, because there's a lot of our food that's keeping us up is because I'm running over here pulling it off of their ship. Yep, you're the one who's off the queue over there. Shouldn't keep that on the queue. Looks like we loaded up all of the food. We're definitely not going to get all of the ship parts over here. Alright. Yeah, I think pretty soon we need to make sure they get off of there. Okay, so I think they got just about everything they're going to get. Unfortunately, we are going to lose out on a lot of good scrap. Please don't leave anyone behind. Okay, that's very quickly filling up with inventory. I'm honestly surprised we're not seeing more construction happening faster. I guess a big part of it's they're busy salvaging. Okay. Okay, so we got the second oxygen generator online. That should keep our oxygen up. Let's see, night ship acronyms are so confusing. MAS for Military Alliance. When there's another religious cult faction, the Traders Guild, Shares 2 letters in their MTS. Yeah, no, I can definitely see that. Hey, Damon Hunter, thank you so much for the 90 stream streak. I do appreciate that. We got more salvage to pull from here. Yeah, so a lot of these are about to go up. We got 2 here we never did search. Hull breach. What? Brandon, get out of the hole. Brandon, get out of the hole. Why is no one working on that? Like, everyone's just gonna suffocate right now because our builder ship ain't building? Please, someone build it? It's not what I want you to do. Get in that thing and build right now. We're all dying because we're venting atmosphere. But we'll see if it recovers itself or if we're just gonna, like, game over on this thing because they won't patch the hole. I need, like, we have materials. I don't know what's going on here. The good news, it looks like when I locked the vent close here, it stopped getting worse. But now everyone's choosing to ignore it, and I don't have a good solution for this problem. Like, I queue them up to do things, but I don't actually do them. It doesn't do me any good. Well, right, but I have 8 people here who 6 of them are on time where they can work on it. And it's just sitting there. Okay, so you're on work time, try it now. Well, it's adding the new part I mentioned. But will you patch that hole? No. In fact, you're not going to do either. You're going to start that, and you're going to tear down walls despite having, you know, a bunch more blocks of that. Well, the thing and the reason we have that is I disconnected in between here because I have to put an exterior window for a luxury room. And so I put the gap there, and all the other tiles did fine, but that tile, weirdly, for whatever reason, doesn't want to fill back in. And that's what I'm running into, is I don't Is there an item blocking the path? No, there shouldn't be. Because this is in a whole different area. There's no items here. We don't show us having any type of construction thing going there. And I've tried replacing a... I'm going to try removing it again. And try re-adding it again. Because that's what I did before. I'll worry about that research later. But yeah, these are the kinds of things that's saying, you know, the game does have some rough edges that exist. That's kind of pretty much the exact kind of thing right there. At this point, that wreck we're ignoring. Please build this. Please build this. Hey. Finally. So now I can go normal, open the vent. Save load, maybe? We could have tried that next. It does look like it got sorted eventually. Okay, so they're all gonna be mad because they're sharing rooms and yada yada. That's what it is. Okay, so you can go here, get those. Furniture. Bedrooms. Table. Chair. Lights, and that'll make those into quote-unquote luxury bedrooms. Oh, and you will probably need the heater around there somewhere. Not sure how to see if that counts as a luxury bedroom or not. So that counts as a private quarters. If we go here, to where it says furniture, beds, you have private quarters, you have luxury bedroom. What are we missing? Ah, must have one decoration. Fair enough. We can solve that. Decorations. There we go. We really need the androids to send a faction, send one of their ships over here, so we can be rewarded handsomely for saving a whole bunch of them. Alright, so now let's look. So it's still showing us private quarters. What is missing for you? Furniture, bed. Must have one seat, oh, the hall windows. Right. That's the whole reason we went through that hassle, and then... So, hall window. Okay, so as soon as we get those hall windows built, those should be luxury rooms. And then the plan is to slowly get rid of our bunk rooms and build a whole bunch of those. Luxury quarters. That's what we're talking about. It's just going to take us time to expand that out more. Meanwhile, I don't think there's any point in me exploring any of the rest of these anymore. We kind of missed our chance. That's okay. We had like 8 derelict ships. We just grabbed what we could. It's fine. We got people training on the research bench. Okay, meanwhile, before I forget, you all, time to be drafted. Because we got a couple mechs and all that down here. Okay. Cool. We've claimed those areas. We got those queued for salvage. Alright, so what do we got here? Missions, none. Missions. Give medical assistance. Sure. We're now officially in a nebula. We'll also want to trade. So what do we got here that we can trade back and forth? We've got a bit of fuel and all that. I really don't want to give up the tech blocks if I don't absolutely have to. But that's leaning that way. We'll go ahead and give up the explosive ammo for now. Because I'm not going to be able to use that anytime soon. Give me your space food. I can trade with you. What do you got that we can work with? So you've got water on a discount, which would be good. I don't have much water. We'll take your water and a bit of your food. There you go. And we'll just start working on the person who we need to give medical attention. Alright, we're waiting to have a bit more hull plate. Get a bit more hull plate, we can get more of the luxury rooms starting to go. Yeah, we're actively working on it. We had hills over here, we had hills up here. We are actively expanding the area. That's actually what this is doing right now, is it's slowly clearing out the hills here. Alright, we got a queue to remove all of them over time. And we're trading a lot. Okay. Alright, with that, we got that mission done. Wouldn't happen to have more people who need medical attention? That's expired. We got the credit for the other. Alright. So we did manage to get that all knocked out. So you're only at 15% load. If I get that lower, that would be great. There are more of them complaining. Alright. It's going pretty good. You know that Space Haven had land? Yeah, so there's asteroids. And this is the scenario where you basically, build out an asteroid. So we'll go ahead and start getting the next set of rooms going. But it's almost like having hospitality mod for RimWorld. You kind of go through and you build yourself up and all that. I just realized. I think they just broke the power link. Oh, no, that's probably still connected and fine. Still good to have a second route, just in case we go to move stuff around. Alright. Because this way we can keep expanding these rooms. And like I said, take down our bunk beds. Get that all sorted out. Make ourselves a nicer, like, mutual dining room. Start using the providing, like, basically hotel services. So with that, we could start duplicating stuff. There's the beds. There's the lights. There's the stuff there. I have to wait to actually build that part. There's the chairs. I just realized I messed things up here. That you are all now trapped in there. Dismantle that. Dismantle those. Okay. I look forward to when we get these refugees out of here. I need the android faction to send their people. All right. Cool. That'll be 2 more luxury rooms. And we'll eventually want to make our medical bay way bigger. But yeah, I know we're on like a asteroid platform, whatever you want to call it, something of that nature. We're going to continue to do our research. Yeah, we had to make that narrower earlier because of the ledge that we got rid of. So I'll probably want to go in here and add like the robot assembly bench, that kind of thing. Okay. Alright, so if we look at this, there is more debris fields and asteroids coming up in not too long. We've got merchants on their way. And tons of conflict areas that probably don't want to mess with right now. Yeah, people are getting hungry. We have people who are sleep deprived and a whole bunch of other things going on. That's extremely close to being full. The storage. CO2 levels rising. But where? Okay, so it is just steadily climbing over here. Alright, well let's go here. We can go life support, gas scrubber. You can put that there and that'll help. It also doesn't help that my existing CO2 is broken. We have all the material, someone just has to stop and repair it. There you go. Liam's on it. Alright. So what we're going to probably need to do is build an area to expand our storage. Alright, let's go to resources. There's the item workshop. Did I not? Oh, it's under robotics. And the robotics workshop. Let those cook for a little bit. Because I'll let our people repair our stuff and that kind of thing. Yeah, so we go to there, we can repair a bunch of our different equipment and all that, so that'll be good. We can cycle broken things. Go ahead and bring a light over there. And then this one can take the various robots that we get corpses of and recycle those. Yep, and there goes the last derelict. After which point we are just waiting for the next thing to show up here to get what we need. And the plus side, we have people just churning through leveling up skills off the learning bench, which is nice. Okay, starting to get some basic asteroids rolling through here. That's fine. So another thing we're going to need to do when I've got some spare modules is probably supplement our place with more solar. How are we doing towards autopsy, by the way? We're getting the logistics robots and all that. That'd honestly be not bad either. You're on the edge of full. Which is a thing I probably will just need to deal with is, making area that's just storage. Like, go over here, add 2 or 3 storage areas right there. What I don't know is if I were to just go out here and say large asteroid storage and plunk you right there. Oh, you are way costly. Hang on, never mind. We have to wait for that. Once we get a decent number of the infrastructure blocks, we can put in our storage here, because this one's getting pretty close to full, at which point a lot of things will start having problems when that has problems. I know we'll want to put like a robot and a corpse storage out here as well. Okay. But all in all, things are going smoothly. It's also looking like it's almost time for me to get Narsev luxury rooms going. Incoming ship. Neither of them are the android faction. That's who I need to show up as the android faction. Okay. So currently with both the civilians and the military, we have a slight negative. Okay, we got the logistic robot stuff. I'm gonna hold off on that for right now, but it is good to have. Yeah, both those getting pretty close to being completely drained. Yeah, the good news is mostly making like hull scrap and all that. We're getting through a lot of those materials. All right. And we go here. To you. All right. So, what do we got locally? We got a call. So what you want? Critically low on supplies. Can you offer 3 steel plates? Done. We appreciate your kind gesture. Goodbye. I'll answer your call. We're critically low on supplies. Can you help with us with 3 steel plates? Better believe I can. Thank you for your money. Alright, meanwhile, let's check missions. None. None. I'll mind that. Alright, so right now the thing we're struggling with is fuel. Most of the rest of this is fine. So we'll do that exchange. You also have a little bit of fuel. We'll need to give you just a little bit extra after that. How do you feel about just a smidge of plastic? Okay, so that should be a nice little bump up in our fuel. Keep the lights on a bit longer. Okay, so another luxury apartment built. Girl? Yeah, no, I don't bother, like, going through and customizing. I used to way back. But it was just one of those things that I found when I started having people all choose, like, oh, well, I want to be this or that or whatever. I end up having to keep a note of what everyone want, and it became such a nightmare to maintain. Alright. There's so many, like, the expedition things we can go on. It might genuinely be worth it. It's the... Well, actually... Once we finish these trades, it might not be the worst move to adventure. Alright, once you get the light, that'll be another luxury room. I got enough supplies to immediately follow up that one with another one. Are you liking the station mode as opposed to the ship mode? I'm liking this a lot more. It's a lot more like RimWorld code in the sense that as you go along, things kind of come your way. And you kind of react to them. It gives me a reason to do a lot of stuff versus just make ship bigger. I think for me, one of the big negatives with the spaceship mode was just, again, the whole thing where you'd pull up the map and you'd go to like one spot and you'd clear it all out, and then basically that zone would still be there, but you're kind of like, that zone's dead to you or whatever. 3 soft blocks? Sure. Being a little low on the soft blocks, but I probably have tons of spare material of those. They'll take the money while we can get it. And once we clear up a big enough area, we should probably get an area for like agriculture. We're not very researched on that, but I could see putting an agriculture area up here. That way we can at least get some food coming in as we go. We're getting a starvation on DG. I still have a bunch of food. But, am I getting misled about our food situation? Hang on. I am being misled. This telling me I have 12 days made me think we're not nearly as an urgent of a situation as we are. New trade. One, two, 1, 2, 1, 2. Three, 3, 3. Have an energy block. Steel plate. All right, so we that's just become urgent for us to get that sorted out. So we'll just put the hydroponics up here. I wasn't going to put it on that side, but I'm not going to be able to wait for that long. I didn't realize that this is effectively telling me how many days worth of materials I have for growing things I've got. We did get a couple of meals worth of more food. Okay. Right now, let's not actually finish building this spot. I'll put the wall in between so we keep the bonus from the room. Like I said, we'll get down here. We're gonna start trying to get some hydroponics set up really fast. We did trade for a little bit of food. That should get us a bit of time. There's the Cult of New Haven is way over there. What I could do is a temporary solution. We can go here, put you there, put a door here, move this over here, put a light there. Wait, cancel, duplicate, put a light there. That'll open up space, and then we can bring the wall back here real quick. Okay, so what do we got coming up next? We do have some debris and all that coming up, which should mean some more wrecks and all that. Otherwise, we just have those ships way over there. Alright, so just need to keep them working. Okay, so now we can put the door there. From here, we would need food. I don't actually have them available. Research. Research, what are we working on? On the salvage robot station, don't worry about that. We have Botany 1, right? I do not have Botany 1 listed on the research at all. Okay, so we need to deal with that now. Your top priority thing. Just let them get the botany as fast as they can get going on it. And I need to actually remember to go here to the walls. Keep putting the windows there. Okay, they are researching botany. And luckily, they are making pretty good progress. Seems like every tick is getting to me about... Never mind. I had like 2 ticks in a row where it gave me like 3%. Either way, it should go relatively fast. Then we go in here, and we'll chuck down two of the hydroponics benches. They can figure it out from there. No drill available. Oh, ore processors might be full. That's fair. So we're processing the ore as fast as we can. Okay. Still trying to wait for other stuff to come into play. New derelict. Alright, so Canahawk. Return home right now. Gonna grab our armed people and we're gonna check this derelict and see if we can't find any food or anything else on it. Okay, so we got Canahawk, Liam, you, and RJ, I believe, are my ones who are armed. You're mostly well rested. Liam's the only one who's not in super amazing shape. Okay. Get those two going in here looking for goodies. Now, ideally, I'd like a little bit of food and some other stuff like that. Anything to help tide us over a bit longer. Or even better, that we see like a bench you can work on. Kill them fast. Okay, nothing here. Data log. But the mystery answer is before. Do you prefer stationary? I've been enjoying the asteroid more. I did a ship run that we got a pretty decent ways in. It just kind of felt like you would go to a system and that system would become utterly irrelevant after you kind of, you know, picked it out. But it was still kind of always there. There's not a lot more ship. They're getting pretty softened up. Versus, I like the pacing of this. It's a lot more like RimWorld. It kind of seems to have its own thing where it, like, you know, quote-unquote never ends or whatever. You have, like, more you can do by providing yourself, you know, you become the galaxy's food kitchen, whatever have you. There is a little bit of food on board. Not a lot bit, but a little bit of food on board. So it gives us a bit more time. So, like, you can become basically a glorified hotel. Or a glorified diner. Okay. We'll run around taking care of this. But yeah, so like the fact that like the derelicts go by and there's kind of almost a time constraint, I think that's all very nice to this is a Space Wendy's. Yeah, it's just one of those things, like, it does a good job of, like, you know, adding some time pressure without it being, like, very overt. Space feels more meaningful versus just arbitrarily doing, like, going from system to system, ignoring half the systems that don't have anything in them, that kind of thing. Yep, sort of ripping all this apart. What I need, though, I need these androids to show... Oh, good, there's an android chip on the way. Okay, so this android chip finally gets to me. We can get these 5 refugees out of here and get our big payday for saving them all. Because they showed up, they went to go on a derelict ship, got completely and utterly obliterated. We rescued them all. Their ship became derelict because all of them got downed. And so then we went in and, like, took what we could of their ship. I couldn't get very much, though. There's too much going on to juggle. And now we're desperately just trying to keep from starving to death. Because there's too many people here. And it's been a whole thing. And how are you doing? You're halfway through researching botany. And once we get that, we can get some like some of the hydroponics in here. We will need to go and figure out what we have to do to make all this work. There's a chance I might have to widen this room out just a little bit. Did I get your painting? I did not. Oh, right, because that became, like, the learning room. It'll be a luxury bedroom later. Yep, they are directly on their way. It'll be good once it gets some more weapons, because when I get some more weapons, we can potentially afford to send people on away missions. Right now, because we haven't learned much about this mode, I'm worried about sending my people with the guns away and then have anyone show up and just be like, oh, I guess we die. Okay. We did get all of the ice out of there. We're grabbing everything we can that goes through here. They're doing their best to gut this thing, but keep building. You understand why colony sims include stressless mood systems? But it does always ruin your immersion when the guys can't recognize that failing means they horribly die. Oh yeah, no, there's definitely... Like, there's going, okay, this person's not in the right mind, they're doing something counterproductive or whatever. And then they're just, like, definitely, like, silly things. You're just like, oh, come on, really, my man? This is what we're upset about? But, like, we had the one person who was, like, you know, they had a break that it was, like, an extreme break that they're like, you know, we're gonna burn this whole place down. Like, that kind of thing. It's like, yeah, you know, there's a certain way that could be a plausible thing. Oh my god, go faster, Android group. You're starting. If you get food, you'll stop starving. And then the guy sets something on fire instead. Yeah, no, there's definitely the ones where it's, like, very directly, especially, that it's kind of counterproductive. It's like, you know, I'm starving, walks up to the food, lights the food on fire. I'm like, okay, well, now you're just doing this to yourself. Honestly, it looks like you're going to probably need another ore processor. The case the refugees are actually helping out as well. Alright. We're grabbing everything we can from there. How are we doing here? So you got all the food off of there, and now you're just down to infra blocks and hall blocks. Then again, you work in retail, and some customers are like koalas, and they can't recognize their food if it's in a bowl instead of on a stick. Yeah, oh no, and I've certainly seen people do very self-defeating things. That you're like, all you have to do is not that, and you'll be fine. And you just kind of sit there and just shake your head going, but why? I'm deliberately trying to save all this stuff to just focus on getting this room going. One thing we will want to do is we'll go over here. Life support, you are going to need temperature in there. Cool. So we got hydroponics. Glad we waited, because that's actually pretty expensive. So there's one big grow spot. And then we're going to go down here to furniture. Floor. Let's get that built as fast as we can. Working on the salvage bots. Let's go ahead and change the priorities a little bit. Oh no, actually, that's fine. Because you're already... bounce you down there. That'll get us all the way through all our nutrition stuff so we can do our composting and everything else to keep the food coming in. So as soon as I get this built, that'll help. We got a new derelict right next to the old one. We're going to want... Well, Luxray isn't one of our combat people, so it's... I can't help you. So it's RJ, you, Liam, and you. So RJ is too tired right now for that. We're gonna let RJ get a rest. Okay, so grow. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 if you can. Okay, so I can't do the nuts, but I could do everything else. Let's get that out of here. I'll add the nuts there. That at least means I'll have some trickle of food that we're making locally. But I will need the composter and a bunch of other things to keep things going. So we got our light, we've got our CO2, we got all that stuff. We've officially maxed out our storage, which is a real problem, because to get more storage, I need more material. So go ahead and place that down. Because that's going to start bogging everything out if I don't do it. So keep working on the infra scrap. Let them continue to just rip this ship apart. And the androids, we got 2 separate groups of android coalition on here. After not showing up forever, I have not 1 but 2 separate ships coming. It also looks like I might have pirates on the way, which is a little concerning, because I have exactly 1 point defense gun to try and protect myself. Hopefully we can just bargain with them and be like, hey man, we'll give you money to go away. Are androids evil? No. No, for once in this game, the androids aren't evil. Like, almost every other game, it's like, androids are subjugated. They didn't like it. This one, they have become their own independent faction, but they're not hostile. That's pretty concerning about the pirates. But I don't have supplies to do much back. Likely just chucking up another point defense isn't going to do me any good, because they can just bombard me from far. I don't think we can get a weapons. I would have to research stuff. I don't have the ability to get weapons up in time. Kind of my only potential escape here is if I can just not die long enough for the androids to get here. Maybe the androids will bail me out. Or if I can bribe them. That they show up, they make demands, and I just pay them to, you know, go away. People are starting to mildly starve. Oh, never mind. They went right past us. Okay. Looks like they might intercept one of the 2 android groups. To be fair, there's not a whole lot for them to steal. Like, they get the tech block. That's probably the highest value thing I have here. Well, that's a bummer. So one of the android groups got attacked. Don't you dare, pirates, don't you dare attack that other android group and prevent them from reaching me. I really need you to not do that. Alright, buddies? It's turning back towards me? Okay, so you're basically done. As soon as you dock up. Alright, so Kanahawk, Liam, you, and you are all in pretty okay shape. Let's go check this out, because I can only run as if things are going to be fine. Because, okay, so it looks like the pirates are just heading back. I think the pirates are going to go intercept one of the groups up here who got intercepted by something else. And so they kind of missed their opportunity and they just turn back. Okay. And let's see what we can do here real fast. Okay, so we got robots. So let's have them chase me in here. We can hopefully kill them without being blown up on. Did you lose me? And RJ, you just try to get out of explosion range. Oh, don't suicide in here. They just keep pathing over so they blow up on top of me. Oh, wait. Come on. Come through. Don't... What are you doing? I guess this one has melee? Okay, so what we're gonna need to do is undraft you and undraft you. Oh, you're just gonna abandon them? Come on. What my hope had been is that by going that route, you had rescued him. Alright, so we're gonna have Liam take a little bit of a high-risk play here. I'm hoping we have already killed everything on the ship, we just haven't explored it. Because we do that... then they'll be able to evacuate the ship themselves. Yeah, okay, cool. So we did actually kill everything on there. Alright, so... with that, they should come over here and start rescuing all these people. Which is good news. Alright, so bear with me, chat. I need to use the restroom real fast, so I'm going to do that, and I'll be back in just a couple minutes, and thank you again for tuning in, and I'll be right back. Alright, and we are back. Give me 2 seconds to get the game to show up on the screen, so we gotta turn the resolution down again. I always want to set to ridiculous, then I set to full screen, and then you can see it, and I set to borderless, and then it doesn't keep my mouse captured, and that's just streaming nonsense. Okay, so we did manage to fully recover everyone. It was a bit of a messy fight. I didn't check. You do actually have some food in there. That's good news. Not a lot, just a little. But the android's right about to be here. The pirates are still on their way back. So then we'll get the 5 or 6 refugees out of here. Okay. And then it'll be a matter of just feeding our own people. Insufficient oxygen levels. What? Why did you ditch everyone else behind? Get that shuttle over there. Where? Infinity, please. I believe you were the one who's literally labeled as hero. I need you to live up to that title. Also, why can I not? Never mind, it's all sorted. Okay, I just this person's dying. We almost lost someone to suffocation because the person who was injured was like, I'm going home and getting myself treated. To heck with the rest of you. And just straight up ditched. After we defeated the threat and everything. So how badly are you hurt? Concerning health problems. A bunch of wounds, burn wounds. Actually, not as bad as I was thinking. Alright, so we did get an autopsy table. That's going to be waiting on resources still. But with that, we'll be able to start processing bodies and all that. Timely unlock, I know, right? Granted, there would be no mystery if that had resulted into a death on how they went. Alright. And we did get the storage place built. And the good news, the androids are right about to arrive. So we'll get these 5 refugees out of here, and hopefully we'll have food for me to trade for. Alright, they want to call us immediately. We seek our units who have transmitted a distress signal. Yes, you have your refugees on board. This is good. We are willing to offer you a reward for giving our faction members back. We'll give you... I mean, that's decent. They're giving me a little bit of food, a bunch of money, some energy blocks, some fuel, and some booze. Alright. So, show missions. There are none. Trade. Alright. I have an immediate need for food. And I also have a less immediate, but still very present need for other things. You're listing like no food at all. And all of your food is, Alright, so giving me that. They got water on the cheap, which I can use. Okay, so that's the max they're willing to do. So I need to give something to you in exchange for that. I've got a lot of energy blocks. That'll do. So that'll be some incoming food. And here comes their shuttle to pick up all their people. Salvage the derelict. They want me to salvage the brand new derelict that's right there. I'll look at that in a minute. Right now, all my people need to eat something. Oh, wait, if you're going to send people on your own... Alright, hang on. Salvage the derelict. I will take the pile of cash. And let's see if you handle this on your own, so I can get free credit. Honestly, they seem pretty well kitted. I think they will handle that on their own. Yeah, I haven't noticed it till, like, this mission that these mechs weren't really trying to melee me before, and suddenly they are. Okay, let's change our plan. You're now drafted. You're popping down here. That way we get the claim on this thing, and we can get all that sorted. So let's go grab whatever this is. Oh, there's two items. There's a data pad and an item. There's also food on here. Okay, so transfer. There's a bunch of food. And we will expedite the processing. Never mind. We just got credit for it. I do love the way that can work out sometimes, where you'll have those missions and they basically take care of it themselves, and you just kind of piggyback on it. You can't always plan for it. And where's my food delivery? Okay, so I just got the trade, so there should be a bunch of food in there. All right. But I need you to eat if you can. Oh, I need to go into your schedules. They've got... So you'll need to go on to Schedule 3, Schedule 1, Schedule 2. Override, go get yourself some food. Override, go get yourself some food. You're already getting food. Override, get yourself some food. Please do not set the oven on fire when we have almost no food. Really? Like playing The Sims. Where you finally get some food, someone lights the stove on fire. Okay, so take this. That's a bunch of money. Give me more of that food. I have no idea what the odds are. Yeah, so people are actively taking the time to eat as best they can right now. So hopefully we'll start seeing the starvation fall off. It's like malnutrition in RimWorld, that, like, you don't just eat something, it goes away. It kind of, like, has to come back down. Alright. The log should say accident % chance. Yeah, and I didn't. Yeah, so it happened, and that said you had a high chance of 13%. But I think it was a high chance after it caught fire because of the temperature and everything. Because if it's certainly if it's like a 13% chance to just set the oven on fire at all times, it's some garbo right there. All right, override, eat something. Override, eat something. And then the last one who's starving right now is Luxray, who is still starving but has just fully eaten. So we're just waiting for the malnourishment to drop off. And everyone should be good at that point. And both of the heaters seem to be having a problem. Oh no, smoke. Oh! No, I have a carbon scrubber in here. Why for no one do carbon scrubber? Alright, yeah, so starvation's falling off, which is good news. And it will also need to go over here. That'll give me enough room for 4 beds. Can't tell if this game has task scheduling issues or you suck. The game has weird decisions it makes with tasks. So it's not like if you're having problems with it, there's more going on than just there. Alright, so let's just go to this whole thing and say, is that also for crew? I do wish there was a, look man, just make it all for crew and make it all for refugees. Like, I understand wanting to separate them out. I think it's a good functionality to have that. But also no, really, just like, don't make me do this manually. Like almost make it a restricting thing. Where it assumes for the neutral to positive things, the entire ship is their playground. Unless you expressly say otherwise. With the exception of prisoners, because they're not neutral, they're hostile. So you gained starvation. We're working on it. Okay. So power's a little low. We have a lot of people who are hungry and a lot of, like, everything around here is some type of food deficiency. Okay, pick that one clean. We're still working on this one. And this one. All right. Let's wait to do more until we get the next infrastructure block. Because that'll let me get a second growing table going. And we're definitely going to need to get more solar panels to supplement our power so that when we're not dealing with the industry side of things, that at least life support and all that we can keep running. So we are starting to see, like, the hunger has fallen off. Now we're at minor discomfort. Okay, what's your problem? Why are you mad at me? Oh, you're fine. Okay, so we got a pretty good comfort for leisure. Sleep is relatively fine with the exception of the hospital because it just always has that. Then work-wise, there's just lots of things that upset them. Yeah, so probably want to get Luxray out of that room when they're working, so like get the lab stuff out of there. Which is fine, we can make a dedicated lab later. Yeah, so we're doing fine on our fruits and veggies for right now. I'm gonna need more nuts and artificial meat, which we can't do the artificial meat at all now. We'll probably be able to do the nuts pretty soon. And it looks like we almost need not quite twice as much fruits as... You also need nuts and meat? Yeah, no, it's just... You have to level somewhat up high enough and get the research. You also get the Botany 2 going. Then we'll have the Composter, and then the Advanced Nutrition. Advanced Nutrition gives us the ability to learn how to make artificial meat. Okay, so you are picked dry. The other ones are getting there. All right. I think I'll put 2 of the fruit things on here, 1 of the vegetable, and then the other 3 we'll put as nuts. And then when they can do it, they can do it. No big sweat about taking a bit of time. The big sweat I got right now is we are like fully utilizing our power nearly consistently. Okay, we got the CO2 producer. That won't be anything urgent. We will need it eventually for the grow room. But that'll be once we get to the point where we're consuming all that. Okay, so grow. 1, 2. 1. 1, 2. You got a new derelict down here. We're gonna need to wait for Liam to not be nearly exhausted. I'm gonna start checking that out. Alright, and get ready for more luxury rooms added onto our place. And the next thing I need to do is get the autopsy bench. You got 2 new derelicts. Trying to decide where we want to put the autopsy bench is the real question. That's fine. Because then I can put another heater and light and stuff back here. And that lets me butcher all these piles of corpses into usable materials. Yeah, we'll check this one out. Because we do need to have enough time where they actually salvage things. Allow crew members to eat food directly from the storage. A full crate will one food that will be consumed. So you got ship next turn. So we got both merchants and civilians showing up. Realistically, if we wait for them to show up, they might queue up a mission for me to hit those or go for them themselves. In either case, I'll be able to just take advantage of that. Considering that, like, now we've got you super duper tired and you're super duper tired, and we're just kind of waiting for it to all get leveled out. In this room, it's complaining about the oxygen generator, which you probably want to move at some point anyways. I haven't decided where. Because if we move that out, then we can put another one of... Well, we probably move the lab stuff someplace else. Okay, so that gives you that. And now that means I'll process all of the corpses into other things that we could then later process into fertilizer and such. Okay, so you're down to just hull scraps and you're getting pretty low on stuff as well. Yeah, pretty soon I'll want to build another one of these. And the reason we're going to build another one is that way when it comes to... Well, actually, cancel that. I'll definitely want another one of those so I can, you know, run around and get that going. It'd also not be a bad idea to get some fighters. Okay, so missions. Retrieve perished crew members. Okay. And you have this one, no missions available. So you want me to retrieve your crew members from the Despidia. I am down. Count me in. Yeah, and most of our people who would be on our boarding team are doing pretty good. Okay, so... Get over here as fast as you can. Okay, so it's Kanahawk, Liam, you, and you are the ones with guns. Because you got like 1 day to recover the bodies. It's on this ship, which luckily is not a very big ship. I'm kind of hoping it's the bugs, because the bugs are way easier to clean up very quickly. The robots get a little dodgy sometimes, especially when you get the punchy one. Punchy robot's a bad time. Yeah, let's see, we can't... Get ourselves a position here. Should y'all be less terrible at shooting? Okay, so it looks like there's 6 more on there. I like how we're sitting safely at a distance and just peppering shots at them, and yet we're getting the terrified penalty. Okay, I'm pretty sure they got that one. Okay, so we'll expedite that one. It's got the corpses we're supposed to collect. Alright. You have no missions here. You have a lot of food that is overpriced. And you have water that is under market price. Okay. We're waiting for the shuttle to get back. Then we can drop that off. Alright, so we've got a bunch of those corpses recovered already. Okay, and that should be the last of the corpses. RJ had a meltdown. And RJ is panicking. That's fine. Just having a panic attack while being in the cold depths of space is a completely reasonable reaction. So you can take this, and now you just get added a list of another one to take everything off of. Okay. Yeah, so you're down to infra blocks, you're down to hull. You've got plenty of goodies on you. We haven't cleaned that one out yet. Okay, so we're still waiting on our stuff getting done. We need Botany 5 for that. We also have queued up to build that area out. I do think my next move is to build another solar panel to help with the fuel issues. That should work for now. Because I'm basically buying all the fuel I can make happen. Okay. I keep waiting for it to be like, hey man, time to go for another run. Here, you all on board here? Oh, you're still having a panic. If RJ gets over their panic, we could definitely go over there and go at that. Does this dude look like the nerdy math teacher who's done with life and sit alone in an American diner? Are you talking about me? Because that's a very weird thing to say. Alright, so you got all of you, and a shuttle available, so grab you, you, and you. Draft. Get on the shuttle. And check out that last ship. There's only one entryway. Because that is a very weirdly specific thing to say. It's also one of those things that makes you curious, like, what does that even look like in reality? Alright, the bugs, they coming. Death of the bugs? Yes. Back off. They're trying to bait me in. Almost as bad as the trees. Well, I mean, they're in league with the trees. They're allies. Alright, did you see me, or are you pretending? I think it's gonna have to path through here, then go that way. Yep, there we go. Wait, they want to keep feeding me into the feeding into the really long hallway where I get all the time in the world to shoot at them. I am down to oblige. On an oxygen tank. Yeah, looks like it's gonna go this way. Yeah, another one looks like it might be coming this way. Got data pad to grab there. Hack. That was certainly a way to approach that. Painkillers. Got the data. So you got one spot there and one spot there. I'm honestly a little surprised it hasn't said we're done yet. I'm guessing there's one more bug running around here somewhere. Never mind, there we go. Alright, so with that, go and put all that stuff on here. Select all, take it. Okay, with that, we've got all the ships in the system currently inspected. Trying to see... Okay. Trying to see the exact moment that this one disappears. To see, like, how far you can push it before, like, your person's in danger of poofing. There's still a decent amount of... There it went. Yeah, I think so. It's when the box fully leaves the map. Yeah, because we got the infrastructure is... Or infra blocks is the big one. We're getting another one of these ships. I would not like to volunteer for the finding out mission. Yeah, no, we're not going to let just people randomly die. Why? Hey, buddy. Okay. I don't know. Like, it's just a couple of heaters all broke at the same time. I'm guessing it's because I'm... Can you not also... No, you can construct... Why won't it let me? No, we have an infra block available, but now because of that, we lost all of our crops. Because just weirdly we had back-to-back. Because I had a redundancy, but both that one and its redundancy broke at the same time. So that sucks. That's not going to help with our food issues. This sounds like a hidden random event sale. I don't think so. I'm thinking it's just bad luck. Things in this place break down pretty frequently. Like, you need your people running around doing regular maintenance. And because of how much I've been sending them all out to salvage and whatnot, you know, they're just busy taking apart other ships versus doing stuff here. Considering there's a giant mountain of cargo here that they physically can't move, there's just too much. Okay, that one was say too far as gone. We can't get them all done anyways. We need another infra block so we can get another redundant heater. What's giving regular maintenance leads to cascading failures? Nonsense. What was the saying? You know, if you don't schedule maintenance, your equipment will schedule it for you. Yeah, so our logistics stuff is getting completely overwhelmed. I wonder with the robotic stuff. Okay, so you cannot be placed outside. I was curious if I could just dump it outside and just let it deal with all that for me. I do think we want the Logibot now. It's a matter of where we're putting the Logibot. Let's just wait on that for right now. Let's avoid queuing up more that isn't going to get done because I've already got other things queued up in the way. So you're down to just haul. We're still getting good stuff off of you. So you're having a break. And you are going on a gaming binge. Fair enough. Have a good time. Just the giant heap of monster meat building up over there. How close are we to getting the composter? Very. Alright, well that adds another thing onto the list here. Because I'll want to put the composter in here so I can start processing all this stuff into fertilizer and water and all that. Yep, so ripping out all the doors and all the lights. Okay. You're overworking on this. Still tons of goodies in there. Yeah, ultimately it's I'm not able to get the logic stuff moved around as fast. Yeah, I want to get the Logibot set up. That'll help a lot. But we're in the situation where really I just need to give them a chance to finish the projects. Once they finish their current projects, we can worry about the next thing. We got friendly ship coming in next turn. You're down to just haul. You're infertiles. You're getting the tech out stuff. I feel like this game could benefit from some better grouping tools, like setting areas for people to be assigned to, etc. Yeah, I know you have I think priority system would be a good one in my book. Be like, this machine is a higher priority than that one, so when a worker comes in, they go and they grab this one, then they worry about the next one. Or like, prioritize emptying this area before carrying random boxes from that. Alright, so there's a composter. So what's that going to take to get made? That's resources. That's 2 infra blocks. We're just going to have to wait for those infra blocks to actually get made. Now you can put the composter right here and start processing all this monster meat and all that into effectively fertilizer. Missions none, trade, new trade. So we're going to buy that at a premium price. So I'm going to go ahead and take it because I can't use that yet. I think for right now I'm going to just take the money. Actually, I lied. You take a bunch of money and some quick infra blocks. The quick infra blocks, and I can go right here and just slap down that composter immediately. Okay. Insufficient resource. Root vegetables. Oh, that's for researching advanced nutrition. That's fair. All right. So we will continuously process biomatter. Process alien corpses. Process human corpses. Process human organs and human meat. Okay, the military is calling me. Critically low on supplies. You need soft block. There you go. So this one, no more taking stuff. Alright. I will be willing to take your one person for medical. Sleep, entertainment, and fuel I can't help you with. Dinner and repair I can't help you with. How close are you to done? Pretty close. So we got most of the goodies off. You're about to finish the last of the infrastructure here, then I'll be pulling up the walls. Okay. So I've worked on starting to expand that. This is composting corpses and chunks of meat and all that. Cool. And that gives us more stuff for planting. Yes, and untag those. Got plenty of halt blocks. We don't need anyone to be in danger. Just stay home, work on the stuff at home. It's not like there isn't enough to be done as is. Alright, so what do we got coming up soon? We do have a bunch of pirate and drone areas coming up. We got a nice little gap here, and then mostly just asteroids for a while, then debris. Alright, well, hopefully we can get some weapons going soon. When I mentioned wanting to expand our power just a little bit here. These don't make much power, but right now I'm trying to avoid having to build a bunch of extra generators, because the more generators we have, the faster we burn through fuel. It's going to be very difficult to get more fuel. The more I can kind of dump things off onto solar most of the time, the better we'll be off. Yeah, still got the hall queued up for doing the next set of rooms. Okay. So no missions you want, but you do have food on the really cheap. So we'll take your full stack of food. Nothing else I care about there. You can have that oxygen tank I don't need. Have an energy block. I think that'll be good for now. And at some point I'm going to need like a proper gun and shield on this thing for pirates. Because unlike the other one where in theory I could, you know, fire up the engines and try and get the heck out of Dodge, this one, if the pirates show up, I either fight them off or cave to whatever their demands are. Not a whole lot else I can do about it. Okay, we got a little bit more solar on the grid. Okay. That'll be the real curiosity, is as this place grows more and more, making a lot of this work better. Okay, so let's go here before we get too far and go wall. And we'll get our extra luxury rooms built. Luxray 8 monster meat. And they got a warning for it. You're not supposed to eat monster meat, Luxray. It's okay. I'll just keep composting and there won't be much of that available for you to upset yourself with. Alright. Again, that all enclosed in. Yeah, so all 4 spots have that full for decomposing. Yeah, I think the plan will be, once I can get a couple of spare bedrooms over what I need, then we can start offering people a place to stay. Okay. Now we'll just be missing the windows and the decorations. Yep, then we'll just be missing decorations, and then we'll be up to 7 bedrooms. So almost enough luxury rooms to cover my own people. At that point, we could probably start getting rid of the bunk beds entirely. Get our materials back from them. Actually, for that matter, we could start doing that. Yeah, and get rid of 2 of those sets of bunk beds. And actually, with people sleeping in shifts, let's just get rid of all the bunk beds. That should be fine. Let's also check out our schedules, make sure I didn't miss anyone. Yeah, everyone's got a schedule going. Okay, and then once I get that wall built there, we can go ahead and get the painting up on this wall. And again, just keep making our luxury rooms. So that way when we start being able to take on guests, we can just have them chill here. Alright. So one thing we want to do is take this learning room and probably move it. Like, actually, if I can move this oxygen generator to someplace else, that would remove the penalty from this room. One thing you can do is move you down 1 tile. Never mind, I'm not allowed to do that. Because of the heater. Here, at kind of the point I do need both of them. They're sitting about 60 or 70% collectively of what one generator would make. Okay, and how goes the research? I need to cook in the bench. We're on advanced nutrition. We're actually working on the salvage robot. After that, we'll work on the item fabricator, our various refineries, and work our way up to laser weapons. We can start equipping our people with better equipment. Okay. So you can drill those. No mission on you. Or you. You want to call me. Your stock is running low. You want 3 steel plates. Done and done. You got trade we can do with you. Have the fuel that you're buying at a markup. That's all I'm going to worry about from you. And then you don't have any fuel for me. Anything else that I'm not super worried about right now? Okay. And one of the things we're definitely going to want to do is get these away missions going. I just got to get some weapons. May have cargo containers. No special rewards known of. That's a derelict ship. Yeah, I'll need to exploit those things the best we can. The good news is all this stuff's starting to get caught up where we're not dealing with all these backups. We've got all the bodies processed. So they're all now being made into compost to keep our garden going. Meanwhile, let's check on our stuff. Comfort. So we're comfort. Obviously that's bad, and that's bad. This is the one I can improve. I can get the oxygen generator out there. And by moving the oxygen generator out of there, this will no longer have a penalty at all. Leisure. We have a fairly nice leisure room. And then sleep. All of our sleep areas have really good stats. They're all luxury quarters. Yes, give me the soft blocks back. How are we doing on our nutrition here? Oh, we can check on our food. Yeah, so artificial meat we're not making enough, obviously, because I'm not making any. But everything else we are making, you know, as much of or more than I need. So that's really good. This is waiting for other construction jobs to finish, so we just gotta wait. You know, this thing's just continuing to churn away. Something we can do here. Dismantle that piece of wire. Extend this out a little bit. This door can go away. But what I can do there is we can make that into another luxury room down here. Or what I can do, actually, we got a couple of things. So let's move you over here, so far as the learning set. I can potentially make this a second little hospital room down here. Turn this into another luxury room. And once we get these all set up, we can go ahead and start working on the next batch. Because this would be enough luxury rooms for my own people. And then it'd be a matter of adding extra ones on for the hotel. And that's where everyone would have their own dedicated one. Realistically, they're not going to all sleep there at the same time. We want to keep all that going as much as we can. Runs the whole way around. Injures her hand trying to install a window. Why are you unconscious on the floor? Nausea. There goes my lunch. Bummer. Minor discomfort. Okay. Sure. Hey, Trickle, how's it going? Good to have you. Not exactly sure what happened where it caused them to throw up and collapse, but you know. Whatever. Okay. Gotcha, so I can paint the individual rooms. Okay, so we got our little individual rooms are painted up here. That's fine. Just waiting for them to get that done. Yeah, I mean, I wasn't trying to yell at you. It's just very much like, you know, it was the don't call out lurkers thing. Like, obviously, we love supporting Treeclo and all that. It was entirely just, you know, when people haven't said anything or done anything in chat, you don't want to call them out because it's just considered faux pas. It has nothing to do with content creators. It's like, usually when you're talking about don't call out lurkers, you're not even talking about our content creators. You're just talking about people are hanging in chat. Like, you know, someone joins a channel, never says anything. You're like, hey, you know, hey, person who's not said anything. I see you just joined the channel. What's your favorite game playing? So they have a stun rifle. I don't think I want that. You just passively listen. Okay, give me your fuel. I have anything for you, just give me your fuel. I just need all the fuel that is ever fueled in the fuel. Could one of you ever successfully install that window ever? If you're here, it's because you woke up at 5 a.m. They put you on the phone and close your eyes and have to listen until my alarm goes off. This is a wonderful, chill, calming place to exist. Well, thank you. I'm glad I can be that, you know, quiet, chill, calming thing for when you're like, I'm up and I don't want to be. Because we've all been there. Yep. I've got a few on my list that that fills that niche. I don't have many when I wake up. I have ones when I have problems sleeping. Waking up, I don't have many that are that level of chill. There's certainly not none, but a lot of them are a lot of people I know in the morning are a lot higher energy. I know certain people, if I can catch them, are great choices. But usually it's like, I would have been in the I haven't gone to sleep at all yet kind of mode, which is a whole different problem. High energy? Well, no. Not high energy me. You just wake up to whoever Rual raids. It happens. It's one reason I generally try and choose to raid, you know, other creators that I feel like, not that the energy level's the same, but that they're also fairly chill. I've definitely had situations though where you just raid someone and just there was a misread. Okay. And I think we're at the point here where we're ready to start actually offering our services publicly. Because I got a lot of luxury rooms going on here. But once I get those ones sealed off, we'll go ahead and see that. Hey, Tech Rush, how's it going? Okay, so we need a little bit more root vegetables and artificial meat. So it won't be too much longer, we'll need more of that. You once had a viewer DM you after a raid to tell me how much she disapproved of the raid target? And she was disappointed in your choice? I've not had that. I've had once or twice I've raided someone, and like I myself in the moment, like, cause you know, every once in a while you're like, hey, let's go make a new friend, whatever you want to say for your language. You're like, hey, let's make a new friend. Like, you know, I found like this person seems chill or whatever, and then you're in that situation where you raid and it's just not what you're looking for. I've been very fortunate that it's pretty rare we have that happen. But like there has been once or twice where we've raided into someone and then, you know, they end up being a lot higher energy. You just like, you caught them on a slump or something when you're checking them out. And then the chaos just comes to bear. Alright, so that'll give me a bunch of luxury places. So let's make decisions and try new things. My station now offers a place to sleep. You're on mobile, you usually get dropped during the raid and wake up to mean silence. Yeah. And also check out the Ints, absolutely fantastic. Been playing some Subnautica too. Just a heads up, does stream in German. Just to be aware, it does understand English, so you can talk to them in English, but they'll be reading or they'll be talking in German while they're streaming. But definitely good times over there, a lot of chill vibes. Alright. So we're starting to offer our luxury accommodations. That's a duplicate, we don't need it. Let's see how this works. You've got eaten today by something huge and mean. So that group would want fabrication. They would want ore processing. Well, that's not what I offer here. I offer luxury stays. What RimWorld mod is this? A completely separate game. So power is getting more and more dire. Unfortunately, our solar panels don't work particularly great. We don't have a great... We're not a particularly amazing distance from there. But that's what I got to work with. We got 5 more infra panels. And another cable over here, just in case. So hope is there that'll help mitigate some of the power problems. Okay, so we got a merchant fleet coming in. They want fabrication services. I don't have fabrication services. It does make me curious, like, how much you have to build those up to accommodate whatever they're looking for. So we're having protein deficiency. Oh, we actually have enough levels now that we're able to actually make the nuts for protein, so that's good. But the complaints right now are spacesuit fatigue. That's understandable. You're running around outside all the time. Protein deficiency. No one to talk to. Sounds like a you problem. Feeling a little hungry. Missing your friend. Vitamin deficiency. You can talk to each other. That is allowed. You have like leisure time. Go spend it hanging out with your buds. It won't be too much longer till we have some debris. It looks like there's a ship sighting where they're going to need help. So what we can go ahead and do is things are like pretty chill right now. Once Liam is, you know, well rested and all that, let's send out a go ahead to check out one of these things like a derelict that's remote or whatever. See if we can't snag some equipment or something. Basically, we'll just see what's nearby that we could throw some people at. I'll return home. I don't need you drilling. We really could use getting our equipment upgraded. Alright, so Canahawk, Liam, you, and you. You're the ones who have weapons. So you're going to go ahead and head over here. Alright. So we want to launch an away mission. Okay, so... So curiously enough, we have... It says there's 7 hours left, but it takes 9 hours to get there. But I could still choose it. Now you got a whole bunch of other ones that are probably not what we should do. I just want to see what happens. If it even lets it go, or if because I've sent it on its way, like locks it in to keep it from disappearing. Okay, meanwhile, they're on their way out. Missions, non-trade, new trade. I don't have much they want. I mean, I guess, like, I'm starting to build up a pile of a bunch of these base materials and all that, but they don't sell worth hardly anything. So I really don't want to part with any of that. We do have food that's fine for right now. They have artificial meat on an extreme discount, so I think I'm just going to scoop up a bunch of that. So we can take advantage of the massively reduced price of the artificial meat. And that should mean I have everything I need to keep the diets in order for right now. So right now we're only sitting at pretty low power utilization. Okay, and they're bringing me food. Yeah, I think it might have locked that in to stop decaying. So you can check out the derelict ship that we got called for assistance. It basically says there's no special rewards. I'm a little concerned that I'm seeing a crash from the Pirate Coalition going there, so I'm not sure how that all works. So we'll see if they're intercepting me or whatever, because I don't think there's time for me to turn back now if they are causing problems. We got the salvage bot station. Oh, right, it's going to make a spot for the salvage bot in the other one. The issue is I can't make the power thing for the bots. So it's good to have the tech, but it's not useful immediately. You're looking at iron fabrication, which will be good, because that's what lets me start making pistols and all that sort of stuff. Okay, so it does look like the pirate's not chasing my shuttle. That's good news. Alright, away mission is go. Retrieve the perished crew members. We found some of our crew members have perished. Can you help us retrieve the bodies? We would like to say a proper goodbye. I will assist. Sure. That actually works great. There's 2 of those. Which one did you want me to check out? They're in the Reliant. Alright. So let's go for the Reliant. Wait, what? If you find the Garden of Eden, burn it. Okay. That's certainly a take. Well, that's closer than I want them. I saw a second one. Come on, draw them out. Liam is just getting piecemeal. Don't get over here and explode on me. Come on, Kenna. One more shot. Aw, come on. Alright, well, I'm gonna mulligan that. The reason we're mulliganing that is just the whole thing about like losing literally 2/3 of my entire group on an away mission. Yeah. So it's the same thing. Interestingly, different positions for all that. You wanted me to... So you want the Rook's Drift. The same ship setup and everything. But yeah, it's just kind of one of those things that, like, you can play this game like RimWorld. I don't think it's got the same balance and all that stuff. When the last time you went hiking, and today you learned your cardio has become so bad? Yeah, I know that feeling. Not from hiking specifically, but stuff that you used to do and be like, yeah, it's no big deal. And then you're like, why am I so tired? Why am I winded? Hang on, when did this happen? So it's the exact same setup as before. So crouch immediately. And I saw the other one shoot at me, so I assume it's already alerted. Please stop missing all your shots. Actually, draft. Pick up the data log. Select your shuttle with the docked thing. Make sure your crew members are undrafted. Yeah, so we'll just do the stuff there. Alright, so do that. Now I can go here. And then you had retrieved the crew. Right, but which were the ones I actually need to bring back? You went Ryu and Mary. There's like 4 others. We can drop off their people. And then we're going to grab the goodies from there. Okay. Cool. And that gets us paid. So pop on over. Not entirely sure what's going on right now. Maybe I need to... Okay, so it's undone these. Technically, I could bring the corpses with me, too. Put those to use. Because then we can turn those into compost. And I don't think we poke the other derelict. Because I've got 3 people who are relatively tired and Kanahawk is actually downed. Just knocked out, not seriously hurt. Okay, do we want to go here and say salvage? And there's not much of salvage worth. Okay, so let's grab you two, draft, get on the ship. So everyone's on board, and we are going to return home. Let's see. So we'll end the away mission. So yeah, so we made like $800 and we brought a decent amount of stuff back. The one downside we're going to run into is we do have pirates in the area. So I don't know what happens if they try and intercept the shuttle or anything like that. Okay, no one can take care of the nuts because the person who has botany for is on the away mission. Meanwhile, let's see. So resources. We don't have anything we want to deal with there. Right, we're probably going to want another grow bed once we got some more levels with the, or more infra blocks. Okay, so pirates are leaving me alone. That's fine. It's important to note that time did pass the main colony. Yes. They give me incredibly discounted rods, but I don't need that. And then you paying extra for those. Can you want unknown or processing unknown unknown? So I guess the next thing to try and get set up would be maybe the diner. Just to continue expanding and working on all that. And maybe put some entertainment stuff down here. It seems like needs like food and outer handwave. Yep, and I think that's a reasonable approach. That was always one of the big problems you ran into with RimWorld is when you started caravanning. Like, a lot of stuff would break just because it's trying to handle it all that at the same time. They end up with, like, lots and lots of pain points because of it. Hey, look, they finally got that luxury room done. Alright, so everyone needs to eat, do their thing. Yes, we need slightly more fruit, and it will also need meat. You have ship requesting assistance. Yeah, so I might have cargo containers, no special rewards. We have cargo containers. That'll be a whole thing. I'm imagining, like, attacking a base Well, no, because it still uses your shuttle, so they couldn't have it where you'd have to slug it out with that. All right. So we got a new derelict ship. So once Canahawk is like fully recovered and all that good stuff, and not just being crumpled on the floor where everyone left them, we can go ahead and make the move on that. That's a pretty big derelict. Okay. Cool. Yeah, so you got room for 10 people total, including, well, sorry, 11 people total, including my own colonists. And that's with our colonists only taking up 2 or 3 rooms at a time because we rotate who sleeps. So that should do really well in all that. You're looking for ore processing. You have an unknown purpose. It's also interesting that they were supposed to send me a person for medical attention, and I don't think that ever happened. So I don't know whether I got intercepted by pirates or what that was. I'm also noticing that my water is extremely low, and I also realized the reason for that is I never turned that on. Well, we're gonna have a lot of water coming in. I was like, man, water's really a struggle this one. What's going on here? Oh, right, I'm not actually making it. I'm just collecting the ice and then pretending. Okay. So we're getting another botany table up. Pretty soon. I'm going to need to add a CO2 production to this place. Alright. So no missions. They don't have anything I want to particularly give them. They don't have fuel for me, which is a bummer. So not a whole lot for us to do with each other. Canahawk is still in recovery. They're not going to take on the next thing. Alright, so grow. When we check you, say 2 fruit. Oh, actually 3 fruit, 1 veg, 1 nuts. Expedition missions give you a full week before arrival to prepare. Yeah, there's a bunch there. We got an infestor on the way from the looks of it. I don't love seeing that. The military alliance looks like it's going to get intercepted as well. So 1, 2, 3. I'm going to get one of these to be a fighter. So that way when we have the infestor, we can pick at it from the outside and hopefully take it down before the whole hull gets compromised. Okay. Okay, so Canahark is starting to recover from a bunch of their negatives, but does have a lot of injuries. They're going to unfortunately take quite a while to heal. So we'll just have to see about that. The big thing is I'm potentially missing out on that ship, and it's really, really good stuff. Yes, there's a very good chance the Infestor is going to come after us. And realistically, I'm not getting a fighter up to start tearing it down. We'll probably just need to fight this directly. Which then the plan will be to run over here, put on our spacesuits, and then with our spacesuits on, just start, you know, destroying it wherever it goes. Aliens detected. Okay, so the Infestor is on the way. Okay, absolutely everyone. Draft. Put on your spacesuits. That's a little annoying. I want you to keep your spacesuits on. Because otherwise you're all going to get infected and have an awful time. But it doesn't seem to want to let me do that. Because I put them on, I walk through there. And I'm going to do the same over here, I assume. So now I understand why they even have a spacesuit locker. So we have an alternative strategy, which is going to be a mess is what it's going to be. Alright, so a lot of people are going to have some serious problems. So... Gonna grab our fighting people. It says, do your thing for the moment. You have to wait till it properly infects the building. Okay. So. Canahawk, RJ, you, and you. Draft. Get over here. Okay. Are you marked as infected? So none of them are showing symptoms yet, but there's a very good chance those ones will become symptomatic. And when that happens, they'll eventually have a seizure and spew out spores, and bad things will happen when that happens. What we can do to try to mitigate that is once they reach the point that they're going to potentially have a seizure, to effectively quarantine them. Because otherwise they'll spread the spores, infecting others, and all that kind of stuff. Uncomfortable leisure space. Why is the leisure space uncomfortable? What are you talking about? The leisure space is fine. No visitor able and area enabled. Ah. Let's fix that. So you go here, edit. All right. Yeah, so I don't know if we just killed it fast enough. It's too early. None of the people who were in the area got the thing where it's like feeling a bit weird. We'll see. It might just take a while. Alright, it's probably not something I should be offering with the amount of people I have. We're now offering medical services. I was curious if they would turn around when I offered that or not. Alright. So just keeping an eye on some of these ones here who are in there. Seems fine. Alright, so what's the next thing we want to be building? So... okay, so we're composting the corpses we found. Food is fine for now. That's all fine for now. Nothing I want to worry about there, necessarily. Right. So the next thing we'd want to do is go to here. Pod hanger. Do that. And then that pod hanger is going to be for a fighter. Because that'll help us mitigate some of the stuff like the asteroids and whatnot. Okay. Feeling weird sensations. Okay, so Liam did get the feeling weird sensations thing. So what we want to do is watch for when Liam starts getting close to that expiring. And when Liam gets close to that expiring, we want to just walk them off someplace else, let them have their seizure in peace, and then bring them back in and treat them. New derelict found. Oh, I forgot about the derelicts. Okay. Alright, and so Canahawk is also infected. Most likely all three of them are, or all four of them are infected. So all things considered, let's draft you, draft you, draft you. Oh, you're already having your seizure? Disregard that. Okay. So you get in the medical bed. It's looking like Liam and Kanahawk are the only ones who are showing symptoms. So we'll just let Kanahawk sit in there. Eat and get back to bed before you have a seizure. Stop talking to each other. Kanahawk needs to get to bed before they have the... Oh, there you go. Alright, so Kanahawk is likely just infected Luxray in them. There goes Fanul. Now, the big thing is, while they're under that condition, they can't eat anything for a while. Looking actually for the thing where it's like, I had a seizure. So it ends up being a thing that can like be really disruptive, where people have seizures and spread the spores. All right. Yeah, so we're gonna just miss out on these ones, because all my combat-capable people are gonna be having all sorts of problems from being exposed to the spores. What I need to do now... So Liam is conscious again, but isn't allowed to eat. Spore Eruption cannot eat. Expires in 2.5 days. And that's what makes that dangerous. So one thing we'll want to do... We can put down a suit locker. I want to put that in someplace in here. The good news is they had a seizure inside the hospital where no one else could be exposed. You're feeling very hungry as that's going on. And it's not that someone else can feed you or anything. It's literally you're physically incapable of eating. Alright, so we got the item fabricator. The next concern is Luxray, and I didn't see, was it Luxray and Sir DG? That both of those were nearby Kanahawk, Kanahawk when they had their seizure, which causes, spores to pop out. And that's the dangers that can continue to escalate kind of thing. Yeah, wounds 17. You're just slowly working through all your injuries. You're feeling extremely hungry. Spore eruption. Alright, Luxray, you take it easy. Meanwhile, the other one we'll want to do here, we get extra materials, we'll want to get our fighter built. Okay. And we should end up having Luxray, and again, I think it was like Luxray and Sir DG, I believe, were both present for that. So they should have the same problem. Now, the one good news is, as long as they stay in the hospital when it happens, it's nice and contained. Which is what I wanted to happen. I even felt like I really should just draft Kanahawk and just make them stand in the hospital till they had their seizure. But I was worried going into it having starved a whole bunch and then having it kick off might have become very dangerous for them. So instead it's like, yeah, let's let them eat. I could have also grabbed Luxray and them because they had already finished eating and just for chit-chatting. I could have basically grabbed them and forced them to leave the room. So once they've recovered and they're no longer starving, we'll see if there's any derelicts left worth going after, because unfortunately we're going to miss out on all of them. That's okay. We're still playing catch-up and processing a bunch of these. Hey, Razgriz, thanks so much for the raid. Hope you had yourself good streaming, all that good stuff. But welcome in, raiders. If we can get a shout-out for Razgriz, I'd really appreciate it. What hours your stream? What were you playing? How did it go? And all good stuff. Doing some Subnautica 2. I hope you had some fun with Subnautica 2. I haven't had a chance to play it myself yet. I've been kind of waiting to that first wave of everyone playing starts to die down and all that. But it looks good. Everything I've seen about it looks really, really solid. Aw, man, still 2 days before Benul can eat again. Object not... Alright, well, that's just waiting for people to repair things. But yeah, so I hope you had fun with Subnautica. That it wasn't too incredibly cursed and dealing with all the things trying to eat your face. Let's see what we got coming in now. You have unknown thing, you want assembly, and you want an unknown thing. Well, we'll figure it out when you get here. Alright. But, for everyone popping in, I am Rual Storge, we play a variety of games here on Twitch, and today we're playing some Space Haven. We're running a space station, providing basically, like, hotel services, minor medical services, and also having to deal with infectious disease right now. So that's cool. Having a lot of fun with it so far. Took you a couple days of relearning that you don't need to hoard piles of everything. Counter argument, just because you don't need to doesn't mean you shouldn't. Because counter argument, loot goblin. Because that's the way those games play. But yeah, so unfortunately we had an infestor show up and it infected a bunch of our people. And they're getting better, but we're dealing with that nonsense. Gotcha. Alright, so you got one more day of spore eruption. Rogue bots detected. Okay, well, hopefully they just mind their own business. They did not mind their own business. They mind your business? Little bit. Okay, one of the three is down. Two of the three is down. You need more space, you have a loot wall. Yep. Okay, we did destroy them all. Rogue bots detected. No. Have you considered not having rogue bots detected? Alright. Are you playing a survival crafter if you don't have a loot room or 8? Hey man, it's not bolted down, and therefore is just asking to be taken. And for the things that are bolted down, that's what a wrench is for. You are right about that spore eruption drop off. Oh, you are in trouble. Doc, 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 doc. Please, doc. Liam? That was pretty close, buddy. I need... Why is no one... Please. Someone get on the guns. The bots are harassing us completely uncontested. Would you stop trying to murder yourselves? Okay. So it looks like that thing is generating new ones. Some of them are like tired. Yep, okay. So unfortunately what I'm seeing is it is generating more and more bots. Pretty dang rapidly. It wouldn't be so bad, except I got a lot of people who are still struggling with all sorts of hunger deficiencies and all that because of the whole spore thing. Incoming rogue bots. Already have rogue bots. The good news is looking at Luxray and the others, I'm not seeing the warning about them having the spore exposure. They're kind of just waiting for the spore eruption to fall off. Hey, Salford Cell. Thank you so much for the raid. Which one are you? Okay. I hope your raid went, or your stream went all that well and all that. We're having a rough time at the moment, but playing some Oxygen Not Included. I hope you had a good time at Oxygen Not Included. We've been doing some Space Haven, and we had some spore eruptions with everyone getting everyone sick, and now we're just trying to not die to random bots. Which is a bit of a mess. Very distracted and all that stuff. But yeah, for those who don't know, Salford Cell, absolutely fantastic content creator. Someone I highly, highly, highly recommend checking out. Plays a lot of games like the one we're playing right now, as well as Oxygen Not Included, Going Medieval, a whole bunch of stuff like that. So if you like those kind of games, you can definitely find it over there at Salford Cell. Luckily, it looks like we have buddies here who have come to our aid. And they're like, hey man, could you go to these ships and collect things? No. I don't know what your shuttle's planning to do, but it's probably about to have a real bad time. I am really appreciating that you just took the entire pressure off of me. Can't say the moment. Have to take the neighbor's bin in? Gotcha, no problem. Well, I appreciate the raid and all that stuff, and like I said, I do hope you had yourself a good stream and all that. It means like a lot. I really hope they don't lose their shuttle here. Oh, good. You want hull blocks, sure. It's definitely the time for that, while your shuttle's being actively shredded. Okay, so they still got their scout out there doing its thing, and I don't have anything I could chase it with. So we got more bots coming in. What are you looking for? You're for medical, right? You are set for medical. You are allowed to, you know... There you go. What are you here for? What did you want? What did you want from me? Unknown. Oh, I think they just wanted to stay at our luxury facilities. And they're paying us money. Let's do a trade. Okay, so you got a bunch of money. I would like your fuel because I desperately need it. I'm already giving you hull blocks. Let me just give you that basic scope. I'm holding on to it and I desperately need other things. We should be okay on food. I need to give you a tiny bit more. I'll give you one extra hull block. And unfortunately, this ship is just spewing out bots again and again. Okay, and how are people who are exposed to the spores going? We're not seeing more problems there. How much longer till you get better? 12 in-game hours. 23 in-game hours. Can you pay mercenaries in the station mode? I believe as you align yourself with people, they will eventually join up with you. Please, for the love of everything, drop what you're doing. Can you repair that now? Yep, because all our crops just died because it vented atmosphere. That's okay. It's going alright. We are running into problems of just being harassed endlessly by bots. Some of you split off and go after the androids, please. Oh, we have 2 waves of bots hitting us at the same time. Most likely they'll be ripping down our defenses and then just peppering us into oblivion. Okay, they have officially destroyed my one and only defensive gun. We have our shuttle running over here towards the other group, and I'm hoping that maybe we'll get lucky. And that because they'll be chasing my shuttle, I want you to stay right here with the shuttle. Bring the shuttle right on over here. Right in between their anti-drone guns. Just gonna dance around this. And hopefully, because the shuttle is such a juicy target, they'll stay chasing the shuttle and not come after my base. Let's see. Oh, did this transition to a space station? So you can go back and forth. You can go from a station to a ship, but you can't go from a ship to a station. All right. We live. Unfortunately, they did destroy my only defensive weapon, and we are desperately trying to get it rebuilt. Okay. And how are combat people doing? You're doing fine. You're still recovering. You still recovering from spore eruption. A Lux Ray here. Isn't having problems. New mission from Last Hope. Look, man. I would love to accommodate literally any of that. But you're gonna have to wait till my people aren't actively starving to death because of being sick. Once they get over their spore eruption and they get a little bit of food in their gut, we can talk to you about these things you want. I'll return to station immediately because you don't have any defenses. Yeah, the ship just keeps spitting out more and more of those drones. And I just don't... Oh my god, please, you're just gonna kill yourself. Okay. I want to see you try and take off in that miner again, okay? This is off limits. That's the thing that sucks about this is, like, I was in the middle of making a fight or two when all of this kicked off. Do they have any infra blocks for trade? Maybe. They do, and they're on discount now. I don't think they're discount when we first showed up. Sure, just have one of those, that's fine. Grab the shuttle and try and get that, because that'll let me bring my gun back online. Okay. So you're getting pretty close to having Spore Eruption drop off. Okay. So with that, we can get our defensive weapons built. Okay, so replace that. Meanwhile, reduce if I have less than 1. Reduce if I have less, like, less than 1. Probably keep it at those two for right now. Now I can do is go into our inventories here. Go here and say, hey man, there's a shotgun, use it. There's a pistol, use it. We can worry about those later. There's a shotgun, use it. There's a pistol, use it. Shotgun, use it. You get the idea what we're doing here. Basically telling our people when you get a chance. Alright, so got the metal refinery. We'll worry about that later. And go through and then check at whatever people's skills can get up to and all that later. Right now, that means as soon as weapons are made, just use them as able. You use what this game is. So, it's very much like RimWorld in space. You can fly around with a space, like, as a spaceship, giving it kind of faster than light type mechanics. You can also turn around and do like I'm doing, which is using, like, building a space station. And the space station's sort of like if you're playing RimWorld with the hospitality mod. But ultimately, you're kind of building a colony. You do end up needing external resources to continue supporting it. And all that. And it just takes a while to get everything going. Alright, so you're getting over everything. Spore Eruption, has that dropped off yet? It drops off in 2 hours. What about for you? 8 hours, and everyone else is better. And that one's about to go off. We could probably snag this ship. That one's unlikely, that one's likely. This is the one that's been making all of the mechs. So I actually expect this particular ship to be particularly difficult to take out. I imagine it's got, like, the punching droid and all that in there. Okay. We got you sitting here. The other thing you have that I really want. I always want more fuel. You can take the stun pistol. I'm never going to use it. And I'll actually give you an optical components. So, new mission available. Okay. Yeah, that's the Mobius. That's the one up here. The Mobius is the dangerous one. So let that cook for a minute. Gonna do a quick cheeky save. Because the moment you get to eat, you try and take a move on the Mobius. Because he'll take your pile of cash. Because I suspect the Mobius will probably also have stuff we want on it. You let that get down to 2. Samoa ticks to 1. That's fine. They've accepted it. So you have Spore Eruption for 1 more hour. And then the moment you get done with that, I'm going to let you eat immediately. Okay, so Spore Eruption's dropped off. So you're immediately getting your schedule overridden to break for 3 hours. Have a good time. And you're the only one with starvation. So I want you to shove every bit of food you can in your mouth. Please don't immediately explode the thing that you're trying to get food from. All right. Yes, and you got a lot of problems. Okay. Let's get some people together to board that ship. So let's draft you on the shuttle. Draft you on the shuttle. Yep. Bringing it all. That's team 1. Draft you on the shuttle. Draft you on the shuttle. Okay, so with this, you're going to go in from this side. You're going to go in from that side. We do have a mission to recover the bodies that they're going to pay me well for, plus I'm expecting goods and salvage on there. Also, mind that. I don't know what resources it used, but it spat out drone after drone after drone after drone, and it stopped, so I'm assuming it's exhausted whatever that was. So we don't want to pop into this one yet. Not so we have an idea what we're jumping into. This one... Take a little peeky peek here. Okay, so pop you two out. Oh, this is a lot coming at me at once. Okay. Crouch. We're gonna just reload that one real fast. Because, that was 2 people who just died and another one who's right about to die. Oh, nope, not that one. That's too late. Yeah, it's only 6 minutes ago. Yeah, I'm assuming they were on their way. That's Luxray coming back with that. Right. Hey, Cuz Jackie, thank you so much for the raid. I hope you had yourself a good stream. Can we get a shout out for Cuz Jackie? Was playing some The Flame and the Flood. I know I've heard that game before, and I don't remember what it is. But yeah, check out Cuz Jackie. They're a fantastic content creator on the platform. Lots of good times over there. But yeah, if you could tell me a little bit about, like, I mean, obviously, if you need to raid and run, like, don't let me hold you. But if you could tell me a little bit about Flame of the Flood and all that stuff, I'd appreciate it. We're just dealing with some garbage here. Okay, so you've had your penalty drop off. So let's go ahead and go into here and say override your schedule, eat snacks, do that. Hey, Serverlord. It's a survival roguelite where you're on a raft with your doggo trying to find people. That sounds super familiar. Alright, let's accept that again. Thanks so much for that follow. Welcome to the stream. Okay, so we're just waiting for you to get a chance to eat a bunch of food. So yeah, you have Spore Explosion off. But yeah, so that was a nasty one. That it wouldn't have been so bad except like where we were positioned in that hallway. We were just getting hammered. Why are you not eating? You still can't eat. I thought we waited for Spore Explosion to drop off of you. Why? Why no eat? Because you weren't able to eat because of Spore Explosion. You totally didn't crash the raft like 80 times. It's fine. You just gotta remind people what it is to be alive. Okay, so just want you to eat real fast. Okay, so give it just a minute. Okay, so this time, we're bringing everything. Feeling a little tired? Don't care. Bringing it all. Alright. So yeah, because the last time we took pretty bad losses. We aren't doing like an Iron Man mode in this one. Honestly, with a lot of the way this game works, I probably wouldn't do an Iron Man mode in this one. I say as someone who always Iron Man modes RimWorld. There's just a little bit of BS and stuff not quite working the way you expected in this game that, for me, makes it not a good choice for that. Okay. Let's check that. And thank you, Serverlord, for gifting a tier 1 sub to Mastani. So Mastani, now have yourself some nice advertisement previewing with access to the emotes, so you wanted them or not. Okay, so we got big punchy dude over there. So let's try. Oh, come on, you got like a bunch of shotguns. Okay, so with that, that's the signal for Team 2 to pop in here. Team 2 is going to immediately crouch to make themselves a smaller target. Okay, they've taken out their group. Reinforcements are on the way. Why would it choose, like, the farthest away person to do that? That's okay. We'll grab you. Grab you. Oh, second punchy bot. Everyone, rally. I know you saw me. Alright. We got everything ready to bear on the punching robot. It looks like they got a prisoner. They have 2 prisoners. Oh, we're not in the clear yet. Let's try and drop back here. So that way it can't get up to exploding on us. Fanul is down. Where? Oh, I see. We can fix this. Scooch over here. Basically, I want to force it into this room. Where do you think you're going? Get your butt back here. Oh, Fanul. You're not dead yet, but man, I don't know if I could save you in time. Alright. Undraft you. Undraft you. RJ. Infinity. Luxray. Get to that immediately. And the rest of you that are still drafted. Oh, that's not what you want to see. Don't let it get near Fanul. It killed him. Alright, well, I'm gonna do that again. Okay, so that was when we already rallied, and we were punching. Okay. There was 2 more of them the last time. Alright, so with that, before things go too far, draft. Because we're about to get ourselves 2 new crew members. This person was already dead. Alright, never mind, we're not getting 2 more crew members. Let's see if we can't get another crew member. Offer to help and take them as refugees. Alright. then meanwhile... I need to make sure for the quest... that you bring that body too. There's an alien parasite in that one. Let's not pop that one open. That sounds terrible. Okay. So that time we did ultimately get through. Okay, apparently it gave me credit. I haven't actually gotten the other body recovered yet, but, you know, that doesn't sound like a problem to me. So transfer that, select all. Start ripping that all apart. And we're going to let everyone get a chance to recover and all that, and then we maybe try and take on another one of the ships and whatnot. That's fine. So who are you with? You are a civilian refugee, so that's the android, so we'd have to wait for the civilian faction to come by. Alright. And I'm going to go ahead and do another quick save real fast since we finished that whole ordeal. Alright, bear with me, chat, because I have badly got to use the restroom. So I'm going to do that, and I'll be back in a couple minutes, and thank you again for doing it. And okay, cuz Jackie, you have yourself a enough like lovely evening and all that good stuff and all that, and thank you again for the raid and the lurk and all that stuff. It's good to have you, and thank you again, and I'll be back in a minute. Okay, and I'm back. Give me 1 second. I gotta go through the settings real fast to get it back to being full screen. So hit that button. Okay. Switch to borderless. Okay, and we're good. Alright. Yeah, so now I can actually start tearing this apart, which will be good. Get a lot of materials, because we're getting a little bit short on those. And all the negative penalties, like starvation and all that's popping off. I was hoping we would gain ourselves an extra person there, but that didn't quite work out. But that's okay. Yeah, and there's not another mission for you right there. So this one's got a bit of time on it, so I should probably tear into this one as well. That one, I mean, it could be worth it if I can get into them all in time, but I'm not anticipating getting into them all relatively that fast. Insufficient resources available. We don't have enough plastic. That's okay. Alright. It's interesting because we had Arya the last time, We had the Call Me Crazy last time. We have the Andreas one. Yeah, so we went through the Tranquility, went through the Apocalypse. We hadn't quite reached the end of this one. I believe we got to entry 3. And then Call Me Crazy we hadn't seen. Yeah. So what we can do is, while they're doing this, we can catch up with the Andrea storyline. So the Andrea storyline, basically, there is an android who's like, yo, humanity, they made dogs, they made us. Dogs represent, like, the emotional side of things, and we represent the intellectual side of things. We want to better understand our creators, so I'm going to go and try and make my equivalent of a dog. And so, you know, made these little robots, gave them, like, really dumb scripts and all that, trying to, like, make them more things, made it adorable, so, like, it had a big camera lens and all that. So that's where it left off, was it like, okay, well, I'm actually finding the inefficiencies of this thing very annoying. And, like, I'm not feeling this attachment that we're supposed to be feeling for it, and I don't understand. And so that's where we left off. They wanted to talk to the creators, which is humanity, and be like, yo, I'm trying to do this experiment, like, what am I doing wrong? But in response to your request for further information about the designs I'm working on, I enclose the following text summaries and data burst schematics. I have named each of the designs after Earth animals approximately suitable to their appearance and function. Hamster, logistic salvage pet. These pets have been a great utility in streamlining the logistic needs of my ship, reducing the degree of oversight and time I must devote to my menial labor by more than 80%, simply by the introduction of a single one, and better than 95% with 2 or more. Though they are not as efficient at their tasks as I would be, I do confess I find it restful to watch them work. They are named for the habit of rodents of the Sum family. I have no idea. To pack food in the elastic cheek pouches and transport it to the central logistics center for storage. Rabbit, scout observation pet, designed to expand my sensory network for salvage work aboard derelict ships. These pets have, in fact, already prevented my destruction when they identified an unstable section I would have otherwise entered blind. I have named them after the rodent family Leopardia in recognition of their speed. I note some amusement that the LiDAR veins on the pet's dorsum also bear the superficial resemblance of it. Resemblance to that animal's characteristic. I have no idea these words. Cat guardian sentry pet, designed for sessile, low energy observation, this designated area or resource, and for staking claims on mineable asteroids. One of my most successful creations in terms of task efficiency, but I find them the least engaging on the emotional level, likely because of their inactivity. I have named them after the family of Felidae, as I note that the creator literature often remarks on cats being both lazy and demanding and quite capable of aggression if provoked. Hound, hazard intervention pet. The presence of the xenoform intercessors and low moral index, creators in my sector has necessitated the design of a pet capable of security response. They are well armed and defended. Follow me around when I'm not responding to an alarm. I have named him after the family of Kennedy. As my research, the creator entertainment and media has uncovered many examples of the phrase "release the hounds." I am unable to articulate precisely why this causes me to feel amusement. Chimp, construction pet. Note that the keeping of primates as pets was rare among the creators, but that those who did so valued them precisely because of their close approximation to human form. Given my reoccurring inability to form strong emotional ties to any of the above models, I created this pet to more closely echo my own form and that of the creators. My hypothesis is the similarity to form may facilitate connection. Thus far, my hypothesis is unconfirmed. but this design is capable of efficient and interaction with tools designed for the creator's use, and so I have entrusted the chimp with the construction tasks. Their work has farther optimized my own timekeeping, which is gratifying. Pony, transportation pest. I have struggled greatly to understand the exact distinction between pet and livestock, and equidae in particular seem to be straddling this line. I have seen many references to young children wanting a pony, and many other references to ponies being used as beasts of burden in mining, transportation, and even military contexts. In all cases, the creators report considerable affection for these animals, and so I have applied their name for this transportation cargo bot. My own experience is of finding it imposing and implacable. Perhaps I should implement an emotive interface? Further research is required. I will continue to update the collective as I conceive additional designs. Entry 5. Failure. Emergency submission and mayday from Andreas 9 DWR's last question. I regret to report an incident culminating in the deaths of 4 creators aboard my research unit and a critical damage to myself. On cycle 1515-9723, subcycle 72.4, Haven Foundation exploration ship HSS Great Scott entered the local sector and initiated a peaceful contract. We negotiated trade, and they seemed most interested in my pets. While exchanging goods, an away party consisting of an engineer, security specialist, researcher, and security specialist were enthusiastic to come aboard and examine my creations. I welcomed them aboard on cycle 1515-9726, subcycle 11.3, and escorted them into the research laboratory. Initial interactions were encouraging. I watched with pleasant feelings of satisfaction and encouragement by Research Williams and Engineer OKK, laughed and smiled while inspecting the pet units. They then turned to Specialist Pio, who asked him if I thought my creations were cute. Pio laughed and placed his hand on his hip. I believe this moment may have been misinterpreted by my control software as an attempt to draw a pistol holstered there. My creations immediately entered self-preservation and group defense mode. Unfortunately, I am not in a position to test my hypothesis or attempt to debug my code, as I have suffered significant damage while attempting to shield my visitors with my body. My efforts were in vain, and I witnessed the creator's death as they attempted to flee to their shuttle. I note many negative emotions. I am guilty over their deaths. I am gravely disappointed in myself for failing to anticipate this outcome. I am depressed at the thought that once again, the impetus of creation has ended in tragedy. I am chagrined by my own former attitude towards the creators. It seems that the act of creation is more difficult and uncontrollable than I had believed. Perhaps we should reconsider our disappointment in the creators, in light of their practical success in this difficult endeavor. I am afraid that I have farther damaged the relationship between us and the creator. I am ashamed that I have created a new hazard. My pets are now unrestricted replication. I will shortly enter cryo storage to initiate auto repair, as I coded my pets to control software specifically to ignore cryo beds. For safety of their occupants, I estimate a 32.617% probability that I may be recovered intact by a non-hostile crew. Unfortunately, no such restriction exists for the computer hardware I use to program them, along with my master access codes. These will undoubtedly have been salvaged by the time the rescue arrives, and I fear it will therefore be impossible to diagnose and correct the error which led to this malfunction. I am transmitting this log chain for the full network propagation as an apology to the creators and an explanation of the origin of this new hazard. I feel very sorry. Yay! That is certainly not the way I expected that going. Okay. Give medical assistance. Sure. Actually, give me your fuel. And you want me to salvage such, I will take the money. So that's the... which ship? Oh, the Despota? We're going to go in there next anyways. Alright. So we will welcome you aboard. And now we're going to go after the Despota. Went to dock and immediately got there. All right. So, hey, I'm going to need you to walk over here. Because that's Gwen's bed now. And they gave me a tip for taking care of them. Alright, so we're not in the most amazing shape for a fight. So you four, jump on in. You're going to go for the breach. And you two will also jump on in. Because the others two are too sleepy to really do anything. You're going to hop over there. Okay, so you're going to want me to do the Phoenix Fire. We'll look at that one next. Alright, so I've cleared enough that Luxray and the other boarding team should be able to meet up with us without too much problems. Okay, get out there. Alright, so we're not seeing anything there. So far, no enemies. Not much ship left to check, either. I guess just no enemies at all. Okay, so let's go ahead, and you wanted me to explore that. What was I doing on this ship again? Because you wanted me to check it out for what? Okay, you want me to salvage it for those materials. Yeah, no, a lot of the ships have, like, references to various stuff. So let's get everyone back here. Did you just hack a chunk off your own ship? Okay, so we can check our quests here. So we can accept that. I should have changed what the reward was, but that's okay. So we're giving medical assistance already. And I've got time for both of those for salvage it. We're actually in relatively good shape for all this. So draft. Oh, the shuttle's not here. Okay, so with this, who here is in good shape? Grab you four. Get on the shuttle. Go check this one out. So luckily, because we have all these quest things coming through. Okay, we got bugs on this one. Yeah, no, because Jackie's fantastic. Okay, let's back up all the way to this corner. Draw them out to me. We don't want to be fighting the bugs in an enclosed space. Okay. This is going to get really messy here in a moment because that one can lunge at me. I'm hoping to bottleneck him at that door and just shred them on their way in because we have a lot of shotguns now. Did the lunging one not see me? You should see me, right? Like... Okay. So I've got that sorted. Alright, so you gave me the money for that one. Love to see it. So let's go and check on you again here. So the missions are... You have the salvage of Despedia. So let's go to Despedia. You are now an expedited effort. And you just go to the other ones and just, hey man, salvage as you can. But we'll wait to prioritize this one. What does expedite do? It means prioritize. That they're just gonna force them to do that one at a higher speed is my assumption. Like, these two are already on their way here, but I suspect they'll be going there. And the civilians are calling, which is cool. I have a refugees on board. Base, we're looking for faction members who sent us across. Do you know what happened to them? Yeah, I have refugees on board. That's good news. We're willing to offer you a reward for faction members. They will offer me a stun rifle, a stun pistol, a bunch of money, and fuel. Yep. Let's see. You have no missions for me. Yeah, that's all good to have, people. Good to see you all. Yes, you're not going to be able to... Not much point in me scouting out those two ships. Okay, and we got our other objective done. So with this now, we can go to you, go salvage. You're no longer expedited. Grab everything. Transfer, select all, bring it all. Okay, so I got these 3 ships to salvage. That'll most likely keep most, if not all, my crew busy for this whole time. We're doing pretty good on fuel. I do think it's time that we got our... Okay, you've had a breakdown. What is your breakdown? You are panicking. That's fair. Sometimes you just have yourself a little panic. So put you way up there. Give myself a little bit more coverage. We got tons of stuff coming in here. And how's research going? I haven't been paying attention to this at all. Advanced nutrition is stalled, so we're working on microwave. That's right, because I did unlock more industry stuff. So we're going to want to go over here. I don't actually have any hull pieces. So we're not going to do any of that. Alright, we got our guest rooms here. Once we can start making artificial meat here, we'll be able to make, like, full food stuff. But, I've got where I can do, like, the metalworks and all that. I just need to expand our industry room to accommodate that. How are we doing at our food, by the way? Yeah, so artificial meat's the only one we're not a surplus. And it's just that. The other thing we need is we'll want the fighter once we get some more infra blocks. So I can go and deal with stuff. I also just realized, don't let that go. That's got some value. Grab these if you can. Grab those if you can. Incoming micrometeors. So we're going to be taking a bunch of damage here. That's just something unavoidable until I get shields. Hey, Silky Little Ghost, thank you so much for the raid. And Nalutik, right there as well. Thank you so much for the raid. I appreciate that double raid. I'm assuming that was a double raid and that was intentional. But I hope you had yourself a good stream and all that good stuff. If we can get a shout out for Silky Little Ghost and Nalutik, I'd appreciate that a great deal. With the back-to-back raids. But how was your evening? What all did you get going? Playing some Repo. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to stream. Playing some Repo. Like I said, I assume that was a double raid and that was an intentional thing. But yeah, I hope you had fun with Repo and that it wasn't too incredibly cursed and things went well and all that good stuff. But yeah, for those who don't know, like, and for the record, let me go ahead and do this, because I don't know Silky Little Ghost. So let me go ahead and drop you a follow, because if you are a friend of Nalutik, then that is someone I want to check out later. So yeah, if you if you got a raid and run, like, don't let me hold you. But if you could tell me a little bit about your channel and all that stuff, I would absolutely love to hear it. But in the meantime, for those who don't know Nalutik, an absolutely fantastic content creator, was on hiatus for a while. You know, had a kiddo, was doing the whole family thing and all that, but is back. But used to play lots of stuff like Project Zomboid and all that back in the day. So definitely someone worth checking out and all that good stuff. But yeah, no, absolutely. Like, if you don't mind sharing, like, again, I totally understand if you've just finished the stream and you just gotta, like, call it night and all that stuff. You started potty training this week. I have potty trained a kid before, twice, which is a whole complicated conversation. I don't have kids myself, but I played the part of single parent for someone else's kid for a while. Which is, again, a whole complicated situation. But potty trained the kid, everything was good, and then a babysitter dropped them in the tub. It didn't get hurt, but upset the kid pretty bad. And then I potty trained them again. Was not a great babysitter. Let's see. We could buy the info blocks. You do survival variety stream, Product Zomboid, Valheim, sometimes Ark Survival Revolved and Repo. Well, absolutely. Like we do a very fair share of survival games as well, and we have done Project Zomboid a ton in the past as well. It sounds like right up the alley and all that good stuff. So definitely sounds like a good time. So yeah, so if you're looking for more survival stuff, you can find it over there. A Silky Little Ghost. When your dogs decide to pee and poo on the floor, I think they're upset with baby Lou. Gotcha. That's fun. You think about buying this, but you haven't watched your playthrough, stupid time zones. Can you elevator pitch that makes this game great compared to others in the genre? I mean, so this game, you've got two kind of modes, where one you go around with a spaceship, and the other one is the one we're doing right now, which is where you build a space station. The space station mode is sort of like RimWorld in space, obviously not the same level of depth. RimWorld has been around for over 10 years to like keep adding more and more and baking more and more in. But you've got that kind of thing where threats will come in, you'll have to defend them. We've got all these like salvage and all that that's coming through. It's actually pretty busy in the system right here at this very moment. But you've got all that kind of stuff. And then the other mode is spaceship mode, which is sort of like a RimWorld meets Faster Than Light kind of thing. It doesn't have like quite the same vibe, but the whole building the colony up. So if you compare it against, say, like the last Starship, this one has a lot more emphasis on your colonists being individually interesting and mattering and that kind of thing, versus the last Starship, your colonists, they're basically just a number. You don't really care about them, unfortunately. But yeah. But it is kind of the like colony building but space type deal. Yeah, so unfortunately our storage, like our actual storage is not full, but our logistics is not going quite as fast. We'll need to get all that going. How is our research doing? Yeah, so we're working on the microwave and the advanced nutrition. And we're continuing to process all of our stuff here. But yeah, it's kind of cool that this space station mode, if you've ever used the hospitality mod in RimWorld, that's kind of just baked into this. Where we can go out here and say, hey, here's the services we provide. And there are a ton of them. But here's the services we provide and all that. Yeah, so we made a little bit of revenue from providing medical and sleep. And we'll want to bring other stuff in. Enemies have entered the sector. Enemies of what variety? You're just ambiguously like enemies. Oh, it's a pirate group. Oh, for the record, we are not sponsored on this particular one. We did do a sponsored stream, but it's not today. A new sector is visible on the star map. So the pirates are attacking this derelict. And apparently they're getting themselves in trouble. They're apparently getting wounded really bad in there from the way it's looking. Okay. So we can grab you for... because I smell opportunity. Because whatever they were fighting, it seems like it did a number to them. Maybe downed them outright. I'm guessing just from what we saw, probably bugs. But, you know. Let's go say hi, and let's get ready to save Scum in case I have grossly overestimated our capabilities. Because I have no idea what's going in there, other than I saw it mentioned a whole lot of, like, chronic wounds and all that kind of stuff. So my assumption is they went in there, got right in the thick of it with a bunch of bugs, and got wrecked. But that's not a safe assumption. Back up into the corner. Apparently we're just shooting them while they're on the ground. Okay. They saw me, right? All right. Okay, it looks like you might be trapped. Okay. Get Hotel Architect? Oh yeah, Hotel Architect is great. Alright. So before things go too far, draft. Where are you planning to take that person? We're not going to bother salvaging, as don't have the space. So, like... This will be curious. We keep finding other places we could send out expeditions to and all that. So we're grabbing just the valuables. And they've dumped her on the floor. They don't know what the plan is there. He's got a ton of open wounds that are getting worse. I really don't know why we did retrieve her. Because she's going to attack me. I don't know where she even disappeared to. Oh, she disappeared to being dead. Maybe you can turn her? Yeah, no, that is a mechanic where you can, like, lock them up in a prison and, like, Rimworld style, keep talking to them until they join you or whatever. I haven't had a need to do that. It's not that hard to get people. So what she's going to do is she's going to go here in the compost bin. It's interesting that says Human Corpse player, despite us not having anyone die. I think it's because we brought her back that, you know, she was considered under my protection or something. Oh, hey, it looks like their shuttle just noped out once the last person who was here died. I'm okay with that. Okay, meanwhile, we're stripping down everything on these ships, walls and all of it. Okay. Yeah, and we're just continuing to make all of the different scrap as fast as we can. Are the small vessels bots? I'm not sure which small vessels you're talking about. These people jump in and fly around, if that's what you're asking about. So, like this one, Sir DG is sitting on here piloting it. These are shuttles that carry 4 people. They can fly on their own, they just can't do work on their own. Yeah, so just slowly cleaning. Yep, little one-person pod. Like, this one's designed to build stuff like the hull on the outside of the ship. That one's designed to drill. And then I've got a fighter now. Aliens detected. Oh, goody. They're not coming after me. So that makes it a not me problem. But is now infesting their ship. Oh, that's not done yet. I missed that was still in progress. Okay. Nothing more for you here. Don't come back for any of this. That's too close to the edge of the map. I was gonna have to be her receptionist. The receptionist seems to hold her stuff down. I actually have, there's been a spreadsheet we passed around that a bunch of us made codes for, that I actually have a maintenance person that is designed by me to be me. Okay, there, we finished that one. And got paid. You think Vive made reception, so you hire her? Yeah. I don't remember if Ultra got hers on there. I believe Ultra also made a receptionist. Hey, thank you for leaving me the Infestor corpse. I appreciate that. Because now I can process that into more stuff for growing things. Yep, there's not a whole lot left of these ships. We've been just gutting them all. Little by little, taking as much as we can out of them. It'll be good when I get, like, a proper logistic spot. Just finished the Las Vegas one. I liked the Las Vegas one. Honestly, the Las Vegas one might have been my favorite scenario. I did like the New York, like, tower thing. I think that's pretty good. So you're missing an energy block? Oh. When did I run out of energy blocks? Oh, you know I'm betting happened? I bet you the micrometeors were hammering away at my solar panels. That sucks. Because that's a problem, because that means none of my construction stuff can work here. We don't have anyone coming up soon either. That's a bummer. Let's go ahead and dismantle this to get the energy block back out of it. I did really like London. London is the exact kind of challenge I tend to make for myself in games. I won't spoil that one. I won't spoil that one if you haven't gotten there, for anyone who hasn't. It's London. London is a challenging one. So no spoilers. Yep, that's all we'll say is London is, I would say London is easily the hardest one. And by a fair margin. Yeah, so we gotta tear apart this solar panel for the energy cube so I can get this fixing so I can get our industry back online. Okay, got a little bit more defenses. I'm enjoying it. I don't think you're gonna get the, like, hundreds and thousands of hours you would in something like RimWorld or all that. But, I'm definitely enjoying it. I could definitely see putting some time into it. I think the primary thing holding this back from being, like, nearly as big as something like RimWorld is just there's not as much variety, which makes sense. You know, RimWorld's been worked on for, like, it's been out for, like, 10 years. Whereas this, you know, just went 1.0 a couple days ago, and all that kind of stuff. No, that's be chatty. Nothing wrong with that. As long as it's not to the point that others can't get a message in, like it's just too much going by that can't keep up, it's totally fine. Or like, you know, a wall of text happens and that's not too bad, but if it's like wall of text after wall of text after wall of text, that can be very difficult to read. One every once in a while is not a big deal. Okay. Yeah, they're doing their best to keep up. Yeah, so you just got Hull there, you just got Hull there. And that one is done. So yeah, so now it's just the builder one that could do anything meaningful. So the R1 should just be running around, they should be working on this here. Hello, these types again. Glad you found the channel. I'm glad to have you. It's always good to find other people into it. Like, I play a whole range of games, but I definitely do my fair share of, like, you know, survival city builders, tycoon games, survival crafters, just straight up simulation, that kind of thing. Alright, so I need them to take that energy block and repair this to get our industry back online. RTS? I don't really play that many RTS. I enjoy RTS, but very few real-time strategy games. Real-time survival as opposed to turn-based survival? I don't understand. Yeah, RTS means real-time strategy. RTS is real-time survival, is just making things up at this point. That's just going to make it harder for people to understand what's going on. They're billions. That's real-time strategy. Even if it has some survival elements, I would still call that a real-time strategy game with survival mechanics. Yeah, but when you're talking survival, usually you're talking a lot more like crafting food, all that kind of stuff. Okay, is everyone back here? Because we got bots coming in. You don't think real-time survival is a category? Survival is always real-time? Yeah, that's kind of where I'm going with it. Like, going, hey, RTS, real-time survival, it's, like, deliberately confusing. Yeah, real-time survival, that's not a normal thing. It's real-time strategy. Because, like, real-time usually is referring to between turn-based and real-time. And there's no such thing, as far as I'm aware of, ever having a turn-based survival game. Please, for the love of goodness, get on the guns. Just letting us get hammered and not even defending ourselves. Okay. So we got that all done. And luckily that was just the only one we had for that. Real-time survival did remind you of They Are Billions, though? Yeah. But I mean, They Are Billions is literally just a real-time strategy game. Because even if you go way, 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 way back to some of the very first real-time strategy games, like your original Warcrafts and all that, you still had to have food. Sure, your people didn't starve to death, but, like, there was a thing, like a mechanic. And there have been a lot of games that have it where, like, if you have a resource like energy or whatever run out, your units either die or stop functioning, or you have, like, a hard limit and all that. So it's just a step farther. Jub jub. Dorbu. Work, work. Alright, so we got this crafting as fast as we can. Okay, so let's see what we got coming up here. So I believe we're going around this way. So we got a bunch more asteroids and debris. Resource-rich asteroids. So it is a thing that you can actually click on these, and you can move where your station is. So for example, like I got a little house symbol there, I'm allowed to move my station there. Yeah, so new home sector. Yeah, so you can move. It's a little weird to me. I guess the moving your station is kind of a new game plus, because you don't take the station with you. You load up as much as you want onto a bunch of like cargo ships and everything, and then you can move it. So in theory, I could technically go, oh, I want to move to a new location, rip this all down, fill it into a ridiculous number of transports, and go from there. But I don't realistically see myself doing that. Let's see. Warcraft 3 and Warcraft 2 are really legendary games. You'd probably be getting new games that do the same impact to the gaming. Oh no, we definitely have new games that have that kind of impact. It's just different stuff, because like Stardew Valley would be far newer than that. I would say Stardew Valley has been revolutionary to gaming. You know, World of Warcraft has definitely revolutionized the MMORPG genre, and you know that one came out well after those. You've had like GTA 3 has completely changed entire genres around that. But yeah, no, I'd definitely say Warcraft 2 and Warcraft 3 were very defining of the RTS games. Now, with that said, I would definitely say like RTS has had other... You said new? I mean, how new is new? Like, because, Stardew Valley is like 10 years old. That's 2010s. If we want to go into that, we could definitely find other ones that are more recent. Like last few years. I mean, I'd definitely say there's been an explosion in the simulation genre between all sorts of different things. We didn't have any like retail stuff like that kind of thing. That's been an explosion, whether or not you think that's a big one. And I'd definitely say that's been a whole thing. You've got your bullet heaven genre has exploded due to Vampire Survivors and all those. The roguelike genre has exploded the last couple of years from things like Balatro and all those kind of things. It may not be your cups of tea, but I would definitely say those have been substantial things to the genres. I myself will look back at like Warcraft 2 and 3 because that's what I grew up with, and those hit a nostalgia note. Yeah, roguelike has been very present. Like, very, very present recently. Survival Crafters has been a whole big explosion. Did not give you so much fun, to be honest. Maybe nostalgia, yeah. Well, nostalgia plays a big part in a lot of things, which is one of the things that sucks when, like, if a Warcraft 4 dropped, I would be hesitant to try it, like, right away. I'd wait and see. Because I would just really worry it's a nostalgia, cash-in. Because we've had a lot of games that have done that the last couple years where, sales haven't been good, so they go and they grab some old IP that's beloved that no one's touched for a hot minute and release a new title for it. And a lot of the time, there's been a ton of games that just, they cash in and then just tank the reputation of that one. Because you can't remember the names of the games, for the life of me. Oh yeah, the climbing one, Karen. We'd also say, like, for the survival crafter genre, like, for, like, the quote-unquote cozy games, we've had stuff that, like, there's not been many of those in ages, that, like, we suddenly got a whole bunch of them popping in. You've got games like your simulation games, like your Roadcrafts and your SnowRunner and all these kind of ones that came out that have been very genre-defining recently. There's been like entire spin-off genres from there. Yeah, Conan Exiles had like a huge graphic update. But yeah, to be fair, you've also had to compare the differences, like, when you had a game come out when you're younger, like in high school or college, where you could just sit there and binge the whole weekend and all that, and then you gotta do adult things as an adult where you can't just slam out the entire week, just binging a game for hundreds of hours with your other, with your other high school buddies or college buddies, that you can hop into multiplayer and do all that stuff and, you know, nerd out about it. It's just a very different time. But yeah, no, we definitely have a bunch of stuff. Okay, so services needed, repair and sleep, medical and diner. Let's see if I can. Well, actually, I don't have repair. Let's add diner, and then let's add sleep onto what I'm offering. Or let's add diner on there and see what happens. We'll offer repair as well. But yeah, no, I definitely say we've had lots of defining things. You also have the games like, you know, your Undertales and all that kind of stuff. Like, you know, there's been like the for the horror genre, there's been a bunch of massive changes in that. Like your group up with friends, your Phasmophobia, for example, is very genre defining. That how many games have kind of hit that style of game since that. Even though that's really not my cup of tea. Like, that's not really the kind of games I personally enjoy. I still recognize Phasmophobia came out, and there's been a lot of games that have spun off from that. And some are really good, high quality, well done. There's a lot of garbage too. Alright, we got you popping in here. No mission objectives from you. Okay, so let's go ahead and give you some fuel. You can have these stun pistols as well, because I don't need those. I will always take the fuel you're offering. And some more infra blocks. I need at least an energy block to carry me for a while. And grab some meat. I think that'll do for now. Lots of PS1 game graphics nowadays. Well, most of them are a miss. Some have really good atmosphere. Then there's also anomaly games. Yeah, no, and especially like with I think the roguelites would probably be the one I would say has been like the biggest thing going on now. Whether it's Vampire Survivors, you've got your city builder style roguelites, your, you know, Against the Storms, Feastopia, all those kind of going on. Why did that just suddenly explode? Like, there's just a lot happening in that space. Did you seriously? I bought an energy core so I could get this going, and immediately you blew another one. So you're like, hey, go get another energy. Alright, with that said, though, I have already gone a bit long because we had a whole lot of raids there. I am going to need to be wrapping up here in a minute, though. But definitely been a good thing. You just realized you hadn't done your job paperwork for the last week. You had to rush it before your deadline. If you heard it correctly in the background, this is sort of similar to RimWorld. Reminds you of a cross between RimWorld and Astro Colony. Yeah, it's sort of RimWorld meets Astro Colony. If you're playing on the ship mode instead of the station mode, it's got a little bit of an FTL feel to it without quite being so much on it. But yeah, so again, thank you for all those raids. If you have enjoyed the content tonight and you're not already following the channel, don't forget to drop a follow. That way you can find your way back here in the future, because that is how this whole thing works. If you're watching over on YouTube, don't forget to like and subscribe, but the stream will be ending abruptly for you because I do not have a host ready for there, but thank you so much for tuning in. For everyone over here on Twitch, I'm going to go ahead and put up my ending stream screen, and thank you so much for that follow.